p.m. City Council Successor Agency regular meeting. The invocation will be given by Pastor Jeff Luddington of Generations Church, and the pledge will be led by Cerritos Elementary leadership. Please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance by Cerritos Elementary leadership. Pastor Jeff Luddington, please.
Let's pray. God, as we gather tonight, I thank you for the privilege that it is to pray for our leaders, for those who serve our community, for those who make decisions. And tonight, as your word says, you give wisdom. From your mouth comes knowledge and understanding. And so, God, I pray for our leaders. I pray for them to have wisdom. I pray for them to have understanding. Would you lead them and guide them through this evening as they serve our community in this way, in this important way, Lord? We pray. Amen.
Amen.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Cerritos Elementary leadership. Will you please let us know your names and what grade you're in? We already know what school you go to. So come on up, please, and let us know your name and your grade. Thank you again for doing the Pledge of Allegiance for the Cerritos City Council.
I'm Stella, and I'm in 5th grade.
I'm Yashna, and I'm in 6th grade.
I'm Alexander, I'm in 6th grade.
I'm Allison, and I'm 6th grade.
I'm Isaiah, and I'm in 6th grade.
I am Jeremiah, and I am in 5th grade.
Wonderful. Thank you, Cerritos Elementary leadership. And thank you to Pastor Luddington. Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call?
Council and Agency Member Hong.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Polito.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Say.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Johnson.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Yokoyama.
Here. The next item is 5A, presentations. All right. So first, for tonight's presentations for this city council meeting, we will first have mayor's business recognition. And if I could please call up Silver Lake Ramen and Joanne Kong, will you please come up? Can we please put down the screen? Don't let it hit you. Okay. Silver Lake Ramen was established in 2012 in downtown Los Angeles and has since expanded into a multi-state ramen brand with more than 30 locations across 6 states, including a local restaurant in the city of Cerritos. The company honors traditional Japanese ramen by utilizing classic cooking techniques and fresh, natural ingredients, while offering menu options that reflect the diverse preferences of their customers. Since opening its doors in May 2021, the Cerritos location has provided support to its regional customers while maintaining a strong presence in the local community. Silver Lake Ramen prepares a variety of ramen bowls and complementary dishes using a streamlined approach that maintains consistency across its franchise operations. The company serves a diverse customer base, including families, students, and the surrounding workforce population. As a proud member of the Cerritos community and the Cerritos business community, Silver Lake Ramen has participated in local community activities, such as programs at Cerritos Elementary School and the Japanese Language School of Cerritos. The restaurant is located in Plaza 183 at 11103 183rd Street. Their website is silverlakeramen.com. And thank you to Silver Lake Ramen Cerritos, and to Joanne Kong. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And could you please say a few words?
Who haven't tried it yet for my restaurant ramen? I want to know. I think someone still someone still didn't know about my restaurant. And hold on, my English is poor, so I writing just shortly. Hi, my name is Joanne Kang, CEO of the Silver Lake Ramen Cerritos franchise. I sincerely thank you for recommending our business for the Mayor's Business Spotlight. And I am also gratitude the entire City of Cerritos family for your continued support. Through today's meeting and the social media introduction of Silver Lake Ramen, I hope our restaurant and the Cerritos community will continue to grow together with gratitude. Please, once you try the food at the Silver Lake Ramen, it's sure to make you even happier. So please welcome. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Joanne Kong. And it's going on 5 years. It'll be 5 years in a couple of months that you have been serving Silver Lake Ramen in Cerritos. And we have a video that we would like to play. All right? All right, here we go. It's always great to see you.
Always welcome,
I'm Cerritos Mayor Frank Aurelio Yokoyama, and I'm here with the owner of Silver Lake Ramen Cerritos, Joanne Kong. Silver Lake Ramen Cerritos has been serving ramen and other delicious dishes to Cerritos residents and visitors for 5 years now.
Cerritos is a really good location for business, I do believe, especially restaurant business. I love Cerritos.
Yeah.
I didn't know well before, but right now is more love
Yeah.
Cerritos.
Now you are always a Cerritos family
Yes, I am.
because of your many years in Cerritos. And
Yeah.
you know, again, just coming here, I just love this mural that you've had
yeah?
here in your restaurant,
Yes.
making it clear that to everybody that we're in Cerritos,
Oh,
and this
thank
is
you.
Silver Lake Ramen Cerritos. Cerritos residents, please support local businesses and restaurants here in Cerritos, like Silver Lake Ramen Cerritos.
Yes.
That was a lot of fun, Joanne. So, in recognition of Silver Lake Ramen Cerritos, the Cerritos City Council, and I present you with this proclamation celebrating your successful Cerritos restaurant, Silver Lake Ramen. Thank you for going on 5 years now, and we appreciate you here in the city of Cerritos, and the Cerritos City Council thanks you. Congratulations. Okay, the City Council, let's please join me for a group photo.
Right, photos, please. Ready, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We love your ramen.
Oh,
Yeah.
And Joanne, we also have a certificate here recognizing your successful business, Silver Lake Ramen, Mayor's Business Recognition, City of Cerritos. This is from our California State Senator, Tony Strickland. So here's also a certificate from Tony Strickland, our state senator.
I never expected this.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Frank.
Can Kate Kim please come up? This is another fun one. Please just stand right here, okay? Stand right here in front of everybody, okay? Kate Kim, the Cerritos City Council recognizes Cerritos High School freshman Kate Kim for her recent achievements with the girls' varsity golf team. Ms. Kim, freshman Ms. Kim, has been named the 605 League MVP of the CIF Southern Section Division. She recorded a two-day total of 149, outperforming second place by 26 strokes. Additionally, Ms. Kim was ranked 45th overall in the CIF Southern Section Division with an average score of .481 across 28 rounds played. As a part of the CIF Division III champions, Ms. Kim contributed to her team's success with an individual score of 67, finishing the day at -5 under. Kate Kim and the women's golf team concluded the CIF competition in 4th place. So, congratulations, Kate. When we heard about you, when the Cerritos City Council and I heard about your success for Cerritos High School and the ABC School District as a freshman, we had to recognize you. So thank you for coming in. And I didn't tell her this, but I'm going to hand her the mic so she could say a few words. Ready? Think about it. And then I'm going to present you with this proclamation recognizing your achievements in golf. And I know all of those statistics and numbers were very impressive to all the golf players in this room. And then we're going to take a group photo with you. The Cerritos City Council is going to take a group photo with you, and you can call up whoever's here with you to join us in the group photo. And you can introduce them and say a few words. And here's the microphone.
So the people who are here with me today are my little sister, my coach, my parents, and my grandpa. So I would like them to come up and join me for a group photo.
Can you tell us about your journey on the golf team and your championship?
So my teammates were so welcoming and nice to me, even though they were all my seniors. And I'm really grateful for like all of their support and all of the encouragement they gave me throughout my rounds. And I couldn't have done it without them, because without a team, I wouldn't have been able to do it in the first place. And I'm really grateful for my coach, who would always like come to the course with us, and he was so excited all the time, and he would bring snacks and water and offer encouragement in between holes while also playing golf too. And it was like so much fun being on the team with all of them.
So congratulations, champion Kate Kim. Cerritos High School is lucky that they're going to have you for 3 more years. And we present you, the Cerritos City Council presents you with this proclamation recognizing your achievements as a golf champion in the 605 League Southern Section Division. And council colleagues, can we please take a photo with champion Kate Kim? And could you guys, her family and coach and supporters, please come up and join us?
So awesome.
Yes. And your sister next to you? She's looking for you.
Coach. Coach over here. Coach. Come on, Coach.
I'm 18.
Make sure you guys can sing. Make sure you guys can sing.
Yes. Go to the front.
Family
Yeah,
in
with
front.
your family go to the front.
There you go.
Congratulations. Oh, okay, you're tall. You're big.
There you go. The city council.
Mom, you wanna come here, Mom? It's your turn.
All right, everybody, make sure you can be seen by the camera. 5 quick photos. Ready, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Good job. Thank you, Coach. Come here for a minute. Keep us informed. Keep us informed. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Wonderful. Good to see you.
Granddaughter.
Thank you.
You are the coach?
Yes, yes. No, sure, yes, yes.
Okay, so thank you to champion Kate Kim and her family and to her coach, Paul Park. I also want to recognize we have here from the ABC School District, the Public Information Officer, Scott Smith. Thank you, Scott. And he was here, Kate, to witness you getting this proclamation, because that's what the ABC School District Public Information Officer does. Thank you for coming to support Kate Kim, Scott. Okay? Okay. City employee retirements. These are happy and not so happy, because these are friends, longtime friends, and they get to go off to greener pastures. A plaque will be presented to each of the following employees in recognition of their long-standing service and now their retirement from the city of Cerritos. Can Kenneth James King please come up? Never seen him look like this. Well, never seen him dressed like this, because he's always working hard in the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. A plaque will be presented to James King in recognition of his retirement from the city of Cerritos after nearly 30 years of service. James began his career with the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts in 1996 as a part-time stage assistant. In 2001, he was promoted to full-time technical events assistant. And in 2025, he became the theater operations coordinator. Throughout his career, in addition to providing valuable support in theater configuration, maintenance, and stage management, James helped organize and deliver technical direction and production management for hundreds of city events, including the annual Veterans Day, Memorial Day, Martin Luther King Jr., and tree lighting ceremonies. He also provided technical support to the former Friends of Arts Education at the Cerritos Center, contributing to the continued success of their annual Family Arts Festival and Education Performance Series. James served as the primary technical contact for all Theater, and Sierra Conference Center rentals, supporting everything from television and film shoots to full-scale productions for major corporations, community organizations, and professional arts groups, as well as countless weddings, receptions, conferences, and meetings. Prior to joining the city of Cerritos, James worked for the Disneyland Resort and freelanced for several theater companies. He looks forward to using his background in stage production and project management to pursue new clients and new opportunities. Thank you for everything, Kenneth James King. So presented to Kenneth James King in recognition of your dedicated service to the city of Cerritos and to acknowledge your outstanding work with the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. James King. Bill? Okay. You're gonna talk now. I have been told you're gonna talk now.
I'd like to thank, obviously, the City Council and City Manager and Assistant City Manager for a long career working for the Performing Arts Center. I know a lot of us are at the Arts Center, including some who are here today, are very appreciative of the city and the venue that it has. And it's a very, very special place to be and to work. And perhaps even more special than the venue itself is the staff that work there, the culture that we have cultivated. And I'd like to acknowledge a few of the former staff that are here tonight. Our house manager, Alan Strickland, crew supervisor, Paula Eagleman, and our stage assistant, Henry Lowe, who have come here tonight. So we appreciate everything that you've done for us in the past, including the times during COVID where we were all still able to be employed. Alma arrived. Alma snuck in while I wasn't looking. Alma Griffin, we appreciate everything that you've done for all of us over there. So, did I miss anybody else? Does anybody else sneak in? So, thank you so much for everything. We appreciate it.
Hold on. Council colleagues, will you please join us for a group photo? Come on up. Where do you want me?
Oh, in the middle, of course.
Three photos. Ready? 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you.
Okay, and will the CCPA family come on up here for the group photo? And will Jeff Tilkey please come here to say a few words about Mr. King? while the CCPA friends and family is coming up for the group photo.
How you doing? Yeah.
For coming out. Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you, of course, for our current and former CCPA members who are here in attendance. It's a wonderful evening to celebrate a fine employee of the city of Cerritos. As mentioned by the mayor and as mentioned by James himself, CCPA is a very complicated venue. Probably one of the most sophisticated venues on the planet, and we're very lucky to have it here with the generous support of the City Council and, of course, the support of City Manager's Office. James King has been a foundational part of the operation of CCPA for all these years. Everywhere I walk through the building, I can see his fingerprints, which is very special and important to all of us. He's really laid a lot of our the groundwork and the foundational elements that have made it a success for 33 years. And we can never thank him enough for the excellent service he's provided to this great city. So with that, James, thank you very much, and congratulations on making it to a well-deserved retirement.
That's okay. I can do this
Photos
one.
very quick. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and one more.
Oh, yeah.
And
Awesome.
All right. And James, we also have a certificate of recognition for Kenneth James King for your outstanding work and service to the city of Cerritos, and in thanking you for your hard work and acknowledging your retirement. This is a certificate of recognition from our California State Senator, Tony Strickland. One more city employee retirement recognition. Will Patty Wilcox please come up? A plaque will be presented to Patty Wilcox to commemorate her retirement from the city of Cerritos after 26 years of service. In 1999, Patty started her career in the Human Resources Division as a part-time secretary receptionist. In 2000, she was promoted to full-time division secretary. By 2024, Patty advanced to human resources technician and later to management analyst, contributing significantly to the establishment of the new Enterprise Services Division. Patty is finishing her career. You didn't retire yet, right? No. Okay. Patty is finishing her career with the city of Cerritos as the Human Resources Division Management Analyst. Throughout her career, Patty has been an integral part of both the Human Resources Division and Enterprise Services Division, as she provided administrative and clerical support in the day-to-day operations. She was responsible for managing the workers' compensation, leave of absence, and employee accommodation programs for the city of Cerritos. Patty holds an associate's degree in business from Shasta College. And
The other SC.
the other SC, she said. And I've said to her many times when we would have conversations in City Hall that she's my favorite. So, Patty Wilcox, we're going to present you, the Cerritos City Council and the City of Cerritos is going to be presenting you with this plaque in recognition of your dedicated service to the City of Cerritos and to acknowledge your outstanding work in human resources, and you are going to now say a few words. Are you ready? Here you go.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to say I appreciate everybody who's here, everybody who's not here. I've made so many wonderful friends. Some of you I've been to your homes. Some of them I've driven past them looking at Christmas lights. And some of them I plan to come and see animals. So, and I know where most of you live, so you might see me. No, I've been through a lot in the last 26 years, and I'm just so proud to have been a part of this great city. And it's difficult to go, but, you know, it's time. So, but I will miss all of you, and I hope to keep in touch with most of you. And thanks for the theater for being here for me.
And one fun fact about Patty is she really loves that the city of Cerritos celebrates Halloween. She really loves. I don't think she really loves the city of Cerritos employees' Halloween Day activities. So.
They're holding my hair up.
Two quick photos. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Yeah, well, Drew and Peter, admin services people.
We're admin services. We're admin services. Please join us.
The 7 Spice Girls. You always win.
And I'm going to give the mic to Drew Snyder from Admin Services.
So there's a less than 0% chance to make it through without crying while talking about our friend Patty here. To say that she is a bedrock of the city of Cerritos would be an understatement. When we define exceptional customer service, Patty's face is on the cover of that book. She's the first person I met here in the city of Cerritos when I walked in on my first day, and I think nearly every person in this room could say the same. She defined what it means to truly support others. I will say in some of our most challenging moments, Patty was there to save the day. I would not have made it through the last 2 years without Patty's help. I don't know what I'm gonna do January 1, but we'll find a way. Life finds a way, as my movie says. But I just cannot say enough exceptional things about this exceptional woman. I'm incredibly excited for what she holds next. I know there's gonna be some big adventures out there, some traveling, maybe getting on an airplane or two. And we will all follow her journey as she goes on to this next chapter. Patty, from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of every employee here in the city of Cerritos and everyone who's filed a claim here in the city of Cerritos, because she also processed all the claims, thank you for what you have done and the incredible impact, the lasting impact you have had in this organization. You have forever changed our city. Thank you.
And Patty, we also have a certificate of recognition for you, recognizing your longstanding, wonderful service to the city of Cerritos and all its residents, and celebrating your retirement. We have a certificate of recognition from our California State Senator, Tony Strickland.
Awesome.
Informational report, water and sewer systems. The next item is 5B. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This presentation item 5B is an informational report regarding the status of our water and sewer infrastructure. Given the community conversation, we felt it was important to provide information that can help guide our community. The presentation this evening will be given by Director of Public Works, Alvin Papa, and following his presentation, he and I and members of our team will be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, City Manager Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Today, I will give you a brief update on the status of the reliability of our water and sewer system infrastructure, along with an overview of their long-term capital needs. The City of Cerritos water system consists of 4 groundwater wells, 3 reservoirs, 172 miles of pipeline, and over 15,400 water service connections. 3 of our wells are currently active, and they're shown up in blue by those blue stars. We have 1 well that is inactive, and it's shown there on the south of the map, identified with the yellow star. In our city, we get most of our water supply from the local groundwater basin, which is 1,000 feet below ground. We purchase supplemental import water on an as-needed basis from the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, otherwise known as MET, and delivered through the Central Basin Municipal Water District, sometimes referred to as Central Basin. With regards to pipelines, about 120 miles or 70% of our pipes are roughly 50 to 60 years old and are in dire need of replacement. Our water division staff currently responds to an average of 4 to 6 service leaks a month. And while our staff and our contractors are able to make the necessary repairs to keep the system stable and to make sure that it's still up and running, this is definitely a sign that our water system is aging and is experiencing significant stress. We also routinely have residents reporting coffee-colored water coming out of their taps, which often stains their clothes. And this is likely caused by 17 miles of aged and corroded steel and iron pipe, which still exists within our system. Our water engineering consultant, Stetson Engineers, recommends that we proactively replace 1 mile of water pipe per year. This will help limit emergency repairs and will help reduce long-term costs and protect our water system reliability. We estimate an annual cost of approximately $3.3 million per year to fund a program like this. However, currently we do not have the funding to do so. As a result, this program sits on the unfunded projects list within Appendix E of our current budget document. As I mentioned earlier, we have 3 active wells and 1 inactive well. The 3 active wells have an average life or design life of less than 10 years remaining on their well casings. And these are the pipes that go 1,000 feet below ground. In fact, the C4 well, which is, if you look up to the screen to the furthest most right picture, that is our C4 well. Something different about that picture versus the other ones is that there is no pump there. And the reason is because it's offline. So recently in October, we were pulling up sand and gravel through the well, which is a sign of a failure in the well casing. And so currently staff, we are working to try to develop a repair plan and to fix that well. Currently, with that well down, we are working, we are providing water to the entire city with our current 2 active wells and supplementing by purchasing more expensive groundwater from the Central Basin. One thing to also note with regards to all 4 of our wells is that they have elevated levels of arsenic and manganese. We also detected trichloroethylene at the C2 well and PFOS at the C4 well. And so as such, all of our wells need treatment systems at each of our well sites to ensure that they meet water quality standards and regulations in the future. Currently, only the C4 well, which is our highest priority item right now, is funded as part of our CIP. The cost of construction for the 3 other wells and building their associated treatment systems will cost tens of millions of dollars that we currently do not have. The city has 3 storage reservoirs. If you look above, that is our C2 west and east reservoir. These reservoirs help ensure that we have adequate water supply for firefighting and emergencies. These reservoirs are all approximately 50 years old and have various cracks in their walls, in their floors, and some in the ceiling. These cracks are a normal part of the aging process, but they do need to be sealed and repaired to ensure that they can continue to service us in the future. Currently, these repairs are not included in the current CIP and budget. The city has 2 booster stations which boost our water pressure and ensure that we can deliver it throughout the entire city. These stations are approximately 50 years old. However, C2 booster station was rehabilitated about 20 years ago. The C4 booster station has 6 pumps, with 2 of the pumps beyond their useful design life, which means that they could break at any time. Our water engineering consultant has recommended replacing the pumps and VFDs at our C4 booster station. So VFDs, for those residents that are not aware, stands for Variable Frequency Drive. It's a piece of equipment that controls the speed of the pump to ensure that they operate efficiently. The cost to replace all the pumps and VFDs as recommended is about $550,000. This is another item that is currently not funded due to limited funding. The city's water system has over 15,400 water valves. 15,400 water meters and 2,486 potable water valves and various other supporting infrastructure. Similar to the rest of the water infrastructure we discussed earlier, most of these valves are approximately 50 years old and also need to be replaced. The current need is approximately $750,000 over the next 5 years, and we currently have $150,000 allocated in our current CIP. The replacement of the water valves is important to help ensure that we have the ability to shut down sections of our water system in the case of an emergency. I do want to highlight there was an event back in May 2025 at the Bloomfield and South intersection where we had a leak in the middle of the intersection. Our water division staff responded and looked to shut down and isolate the water system in the area, but the valves broke off due to corrosion. As a result of that, we had to perform a $200,000 emergency repair to fix those valves, install new valves, so that we could perform the water leak repair. Had those valves been replaced as part of a routine maintenance program, staff estimates we could have completed the repair at a cost of $50,000 versus the $200,000 expenditure on an emergency basis, which is 4 times more. And so this just highlights the need and importance of a regular and routine maintenance program. With regards to our sewer infrastructure, we have about 146 miles of sewer pipeline and 6 pump stations. The city of Cerritos owns the collection system. And so that means the wastewater and sewage coming from residential homes and commercial businesses, they flow to pipes underground. And the city, we send it to the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. The Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts, they have a water treatment plant called the Los Coyotes Water Treatment Plant located adjacent to the Ironwood 9 golf course. The sewage goes there for treatment, gets treated, and then is distributed as reclaimed water to use for landscaping and other uses. Most of the sewer pipeline in our system is vitrified clay pipe. This pipe can last for about 100 years if taken care of well. Over time, these pipes experience cracks. They can get sags in them. Sometimes tree roots will get in through the joints. We call that root intrusion. and sometimes calcium or grease will build up inside of the pipes. This becomes an issue for the system. We recently had a sewer spill back in October, on October 3rd, back in November, on Studebaker Road at College Place. So sewage, there was a blockage in the system. Sewage exited the manhole, started flowing onto the street into the curb and gutter, and made it into the catch basin, which ultimately made it to the San Gabriel River. And so that's classified as a Category 1 sanitary sewer overflow, which is the most serious type of sewer spills. Sewer spills are categorized from 1 to 4, with 1 being the highest. And that means it poses the greatest impact to public health. And so to prevent this from happening in the future, staff recommends a CCTV program where we clean all the sewer pipes, and then we send a camera down every single pipe to look at where the cracks are, figure out where the blockages are, figure out where the tree roots, so that we can address all those repairs. And then staff also recommends relining, a relining program to reline the vitrified clay pipe throughout the city. So relining is a procedure where we can run a liner from manhole to manhole with an epoxy resin, and we steam it up, and it basically creates a new pipe inside the existing pipe. And we're able to do this without having to dig up into the street, open up, have trenches, and have traffic control, rerouting traffic, and minimizing the impacts. And with regards to the CCTV inspection and lining, the cost for that effort for the entire city, we estimate will cost about $10 million for both efforts. Currently, that effort is not funded. Oh, we have one more. Lastly, we have 6 sewer pump stations. Each sewer pump station has 2 pumps. Those sewer pump stations, the recurring theme is they're about 50 years old. Our consultant has recommended we replace all of those pumps. The cost to replace all of the pumps at our sewer pump stations is approximately $75,000. Next slide. Overall, the theme is that our infrastructure is approximately 50 to 60 years old. The system is stressed, as evident by the C4 well being offline due to sand and gravel and holes in the liner, due to water main leaks and valves that are breaking, and the recent sewer spill. Currently, staff is doing the best they can to keep the system running, doing the best they can with the funds that they have to maintain the system, but ultimately the funding to do all these recommended improvements that we discussed is not adequate to be able to make sure that we have these proactive maintenance programs and capital improvements in place. And so with that, that's just a brief overview of the existing system reliability and the long-term needs of the water and sewer infrastructure. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available along with the city manager and Chris Kubert, Assistant Director of Public Works, to help answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that informational report. Alvin Papa, thank you for preparing this agenda report for us and for the public. Chris Kubert and Alvin. Do we have any questions from the City Council? Jennifer, Councilmember Jennifer Hong, do you have any questions?
I think I have a few questions, but I also have answer, I hope. I think a lot of people are questioning about actually the transparency of the cost and how come it just came out with such a big amount. And I was consulting this and discussing this with our city manager, and I hope the city has done a lot of work, and they send out this flyer to everyone in our city explaining all the costs and everything. So hopefully, I hope everyone can take a look at this flyer, and if you still have questions, please contact the city. I'm sure the city will give you the answers. I think it's very important for everybody to understand the city is trying very hard, but we also understand the financial constraints for everybody. You know, we all have a lot of a resident has a financial limited finance income. So I think the increase, personally, I think is reasonable, is necessary, but maybe the cost and how much we increase, that's a question. And then we need to do more study and make everybody understand it, and thinking that it is necessary and it is a reasonable increase for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Councilmember Say, do you have any questions? Turn on your mic.
Lately, I saw the picture, my heart just dropped. You know, I was thinking, what's going to happen if the pipe busts? Like my son, the water isn't needed, you know. And when he mentioned it to me, say, "Mommy, the water's still clear for us to drink now," we never know. Because there was once in his house had yellow water come out from the sink, you know. So what I want just clarification, you know, when Councilwoman talk about the finance issue, by selecting the station engineer that we're using, a consultant, I just want to know clarification on whether the company was chosen through the competitive like bidding process.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Say. There was an RFP that was released in the fall of 2022. So there was a competitive process, and Stetson they went through, they submitted a proposal, the proposals were rated, and then they were interviewed, and ultimately there was an award at City Council that awarded them the contract. So they did compete, and they were deemed to be the most qualified firm.
I was very concerned about C1 well and C2 well. Like their service life only has 6 years and 8 years. And I think I heard your presentation to the public, it took 10 years to get it one well down, fix it. Is that correct?
It will take, if we got approval to build a well, it will probably take us roughly 4 to 5 years from design to construction and getting it operational if everything goes well.
I'm scared. One more question about the recommendation was with, what do you call that, protection, the cathodic?
Cathodic protection,
Cathodic
ma'am.
protection. Can we use on C1 since we only have a 6 years service life there? I mean, this is for metal pipe, right?
Yes, it's for metal pipe. It's something that can be looked at. Typically, it depends on the type of groundwater, the type of soil it's in, the type of, the way that the well was designed before. The important thing about cathodic protection is all those pieces of pipe that goes 1,000 feet deep. It's important that all those pieces are connected together, bonded together like a wire, because it's electricity that runs through. So if there's any break in that system, then it won't work. So it's possible, but it would require extensive engineering and a study to look at that.
The C5 well was drilled in 2001. What happened we didn't use it? How come we didn't set up the whole thing, the electric things? How can we leave the well there?
Yeah, so they did drill the well. They performed water quality tests and looked at the quality of the water. They found there's something called the maximum contaminant level.
Yeah.
So that's the maximum amount of a contaminant or pollutant that's allowed to be in the water before it can get distributed to the public. The levels of arsenic and manganese at the C5 well are above that maximum contaminant level. So in order to serve water to the people, it was required to build a treatment system. And for budgeting reasons, or I was not here, the project did not get funded. So there is a well, or the casing, that big straw that goes about 1,000 feet deep, that's there. But there's nothing on top to pull the water out, and there is no treatment system, and that is the portion that's currently unfunded.
I want to thank you for your presentation. You know, there's a Chinese say, 父债子还, that means the old generation's debt, let a new generation to pay for. And we just have to work together to make better city. I want to thank you for your hard work and wonderful days and days you do presentation to community. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sophia, for those questions. Alvin, so you answered Sophia's question. The city of Cerritos is using our water engineering consultant, Stetson Engineers. And the Cerritos City Council approved using them in 2022, right? Following an RFP,
Yes.
the Cerritos City Council approved using water engineering consultant Stetson Engineers in 2022, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Polito, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alvin, thank you for the presentation, and Chris, Kristen, and rest of staff for preparing this memo. I want to bring attention to the latter end of your presentation, which was really alarming to me about what happened just last month with our sewer spill overflow on Studebaker Road at College Place. There's only one slide, slide number 7, sewer infrastructure, and one paragraph in particular. And I just want to reiterate it, and I'm going to ask you if you could reiterate it and elaborate and make yourself available for some questions that I have.
Yes, sir.
So here in the report on page 7, it says, in November 2025, the maintenance division staff was notified of sewage overflowing out of a manhole at the intersection of Studebaker Road and College Place. Staff arrived on site to contain the spill with sandbags and called our emergency sewer spill response contractor to clean up the sewage spill. Approximately 250 gallons of sewage was recovered with the remaining entering the storm drain system. The event was classified as a Category 1 SSO, which is the most serious type because sewage reaches a street, storm drain, or waterway and poses the greatest threat to public health and safety. And let me repeat that. Poses the greatest threat to public health and safety. This is among some of the greatest fears that I think city leaders would have, that there might be some type of great threat to the public's health. As much as we are concerned about very real threats of crime in our neighborhoods, let's not minimize the threat to the greater community if there is a failure in our sewer system. And just 1 month ago, that actually happened. Not just a minor situation, but the greatest level. And we kind of glossed over it at the very end. But that caught my attention because when I was first on the council, we were having these conversations about our aging water and sewer system and how we needed to invest in it. And I believe in 2014, was it, City Manager, where we took steps, but something happened along the way where we didn't because we went through a pandemic, and I understand that. I was having this conversation earlier this evening with our city manager, but now this isn't just a hypothetical situation. This is actually a real thing. And so let me give you the opportunity to kind of reiterate that, maybe elaborate a little bit more so that we could fully understand and appreciate what just happened. And then I have some questions about the response. And I want to be able to acknowledge the folks who responded in a timely manner and addressed it. as our great, exceptional city staff always does, probably to our detriment, because when we respond so quickly and so quietly, without any fanfare or without any attention given, it kind of lulls us into a state of, oh, that everything's all rosy. And I don't think that's the responsible thing to do. So, Mr. Papa, if you could, can you further illuminate the situation of what happened just in last month?
Yes. In November, I believe it was November 24th, we got a call that there was sewage overflowing outside of a manhole over at that intersection that was flowing in the curb and gutter. I believe we got the call around, was it 11:27? We had staff responded and they were there within 5 minutes. When they saw it, they knew that it was a sewer spill. They saw that it was an issue. They immediately called our emergency contractor, and then staff went to go secure sandbags. The number one thing they do is to block off the catch basin and to make sure if the wastewater or sewage makes it to a catch basin, that leads to the San Gabriel River, which ultimately ends up in our beaches and oceans. And so it affects aquatic life, it affects wildlife in the San Gabriel River, and then affects people over at the beaches. And so that is why it's serious. And the fact that there is wastewater entering our curb and gutter and then on our streets, and eventually some of it ends up on the sidewalk, that ends up on people's shoes and their clothes, and there could be diseases like E. coli, hepatitis B, and a variety of other diseases. And that's the biggest concern, because it's easily spread, and sometimes you don't even know it. So we had a contractor that came in that ended up cleaning up. We recovered 250 gallons. Visual observation is, we think, about 100 gallons made it to the storm drain system, possibly more, but we just did an estimate. Ultimately, the spill was contained and cleaned up by approximately 2:45 p.m. And then we worked with the State Water Board, and we have to file a report, and there's a reporting system that's out there. So these sewer spills, we do clean them up. Sometimes we have to report to the county health department, report to the State Water Board, and then we have a sewer spill response plan that we follow. And so, but ultimately, the spill was cleaned up. We had the blockage cleared. We ran that CCTV camera, which is a television camera, to go through the pipe, and we're waiting for the results back from the contractor to identify the reason for the blockage. But we currently still do not know what caused it.
Thank you, Mr. Papa. All that I could think of when you were reiterating that part of your presentation was how gross the thought of that is. But really, it's more than just the ickiness that comes to mind. It's really the threat to public health, and the potential for spreading of disease. And what is exactly within that area for those who aren't familiar with Studebaker and College Place?
Cerritos College is nearby. I believe there's a hospital that's to the west. There's the restaurant to the northwest.
Residential neighborhood, a church,
neighborhoods,
right?
Yes, there's.
It's College Hospital.
College.
And Cerritos College,
My house.
Home Depot,
My house right there.
the gym,
Restaurants like
Restaurant.
In-N-Out,
and
Yes.
there's
right?
the
Starbucks.
and there's the Cerritos residence just to the southwest. Cerritos single-family homes, just
My
to the
house right there.
southwest.
I mean, it's right smack dab in a very active part of our community. And so which brings me to the question, the one slide that you presented says we have 146 miles of pipe in our sewer system, 3,191 manholes, 6 pump stations, and we're talking about just one manhole, right?
Yes, correct.
And so I guess, is this just the rare exception, or is pretty much the state of that manhole, that part of the sewer system is pretty much consistent across the entire 146 miles?
Yes, without having inspection records, I would not be able to tell you.
Okay.
I can tell you that I entered when I looked into the sewer spill response system, there are a number of sewer spills reported back in 2015.
Can you repeat that? 2000?
What year?
2015 and prior, there were a number of sewer spills that had happened.
Okay, and this is right after we took action on the council in 2014, correct, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, May 18 to 2020.
Can you clarify?
Yes, there was action taken in 2014 to begin a water and sewer rate adjustment. It was a 10% adjustment over a 7-year period.
And we went through a similar Prop 218 process?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's right.
and that effort was insufficient, right? Because these are ongoing issues that happen with systems over time.
Yeah, looking back at the amount of adjustment that occurred during that period was insufficient to cover these larger infrastructure improvements that were outlined tonight.
But it was a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
And our community understood it. And that was 11 going on 12 years ago. 11, 12 years ago, and it wasn't enough. And the pandemic happened, and I understand that the last city management made a decision, right, that maybe this isn't the time to do it. And then the council, at least, I was already gone due to term limits, but I understand that they had an opportunity to begin that conversation again, which brings us to this point now. Meanwhile, every single day we're using our water and our sewage system on the hope that it's going to be reliable and will hold up. But the reality is that, it continues to degrade while we discuss whether or not we're going to do this. When already more than a decade ago, our community made a decision, we need to do something. So this is real. This is not hypothetical. This is happening. And, I respect the fact that you don't have all of the information about the status of all the different manholes and all the 146 miles of pipeline. But it's my guess that, this was all laid pretty much at the same time, I'm guessing. And if there were efforts to try and repair or rehab or replace, it's been done at best at a piecemeal rate. Because it costs a lot. Infrastructure costs a lot. Okay? I mean, back in the day, I remember how much everyone was marveled at Cerritos being able to underground all of our utility lines. And we're proud of that we invested in undergrounding just for aesthetics so that we don't have to see power lines. But this is a sewer system that we need to rely upon when we flush that toilet. That it's gonna go someplace that isn't gonna harm us, or worse, harm the entire surrounding population by getting into the San Gabriel River and out to the ocean and to our beaches and then washing up on the waves. And you get my drift, right? So thank you for adding that in there, but I'm now going to be really focused on this. And when I have intentional conversations with residents, I'm going to highlight this. And I'm going to ask you and Mr. City Manager and our communications team, I think we need to do our due diligence to let people know what happened instead of, just saying, okay, we responded and we took care of it. Yeah, we collected 250 gallons of sewage, but it's not even in here what you just said. 100 gallons we didn't capture. It went into the That's nearly a third of what, and we're not getting that back. That's out there.
Correct.
That's on us. That's Cerritos. Is that our contribution to our local community? Are we being responsible? I feel sad, and I also feel, oh wow, someone's going to go on social media and just say that Polito's sad again, okay, and rip me on it. But yeah, I am sad. I'm concerned, more concerned. Okay. How could anyone on social media rip me for being concerned? Okay. So, but I am genuinely. I'm troubled. And I don't know to what extent we have kind of a daily vigilant watch on this, because we have such a thin staff. Everyone's just trying to do their best to get the report in so that we can make the good decisions. But really, who's keeping watch over that? Maybe you could let us know. What are we doing proactively to make sure that we are on it? Like if something happens like this, that we're even more responsive. I want to say thank you first to all the people who did respond, and then our contractor who was there to at least do a good job to catch the 250 gallons of sewage. But tell me, if you can, what we have in place to remain vigilant on this.
Yes. So the monitoring of the sewer, so we don't have a dedicated sewer team. This is, kind of part of the duties of our maintenance division. So we do have some cleaning that occurs of the sewer system, but currently it's not enough, and there is no routine CCTV inspection, which is what we should be doing.
Yeah.
So I think the vigilance is best management practice. Is every 5 years we should be sending a camera down every single pipe in the city to see what's wrong with the pipe, and we can identify problems before they occur.
Yeah.
And it's a lot cheaper to fix those that we see, and we do what's called a point repair, where we can cut out maybe like a 5 foot by 5 foot block, go down and just fix that small portion, and then we'll line the pipe.
Yeah.
And so I think the vigilance really is the CCTV. At this point, our maintenance is really a reactive maintenance. If we get a report that something's happening, we will go out there and respond. Other than that, it's our staff just keeping their eyes open as part of the regular duties as they drive through the city.
Okay, so let me understand what you're saying is that at best we're reactive.
Yes.
And the only way that we could be proactive is in having conversations like this, honest conversations with our community, to invest resources to make the repairs and do the relining and so forth, just so that we could kind of stay on top of this. But if we don't do that, maybe only once every 5 years are we going to send cameras down there to see where the next spill, the next crack in the system is going to happen. That doesn't sound like a plan for safety. That sounds like we're just doing what we can to get by. That doesn't sound like the Cerritos way. Right? So thank you. I have so many other questions, but I'll just save it for maybe later. But I think that this kind of captures what I wanted to achieve, that we at least have a more honest conversation about what happened just last month and the potential for this to happen time and again if we don't do something. Well, on our watch, we have a responsibility. We have a public health responsibility, and I believe that public health is right up there with public safety. It's just, maybe not as sexy to talk about. Who wants to talk about sewage? Right? But we have to. We have a responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Papa. Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, Councilmember Polito. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Johnson, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Robert, when did you come on as city manager for the city of Cerritos?
I started as city manager in November of 2023.
2023. Alvin, Papa, when did you come on as director of public works?
September 2024.
2024. And Chris Kubert, when did you come on as Deputy Director for Public Works?
May of this year.
Okay, so everybody here is fairly new in their positions, but have many years of experience. Robert came from Public Works. Alvin, many years with other cities. So as Chris, you guys have many years of experience. All right, so I do have a couple questions. And thank you, Alvin, for the presentation. Chris and Kristen, thank you for the preparation of the report. So a small portion of Cerritos receives water service from the city of La Palma, and those residents receive their water and sewer bill from La Palma. So my question is, have those residents been receiving a subsidy from the city of Cerritos for the use of their water?
The answer to that question is no.
No. So there are Cerritos residents that are not benefiting from subsidies, and they are paying for the true cost of water.
That is correct.
And some of those residents may even look upon it as it not being fair to them. Correct? Thank you. Question, is there any policy or ordinance that states that the city is responsible and is required to subsidize water and sewer service?
Not that I'm aware of. However, there was direction as part of the loan write-off in October 2023 that staff conduct water and sewer rate study to eliminate the deficit in the water and sewer fund.
Right.
Which is contrary to that.
However, we're not in violation since there is no policy.
Correct.
In our charter that we
Correct.
subsidize water.
Correct.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So for many years, Cerritos residents benefited from the millions of dollars that the city received from the redevelopment agency. Sadly, this is no longer the case. Since Robert Lopez has taken over as city manager, he has built an executive team that has addressed many deficiencies in our policies and operations. We now have a reserve policy, a capital improvement policy, a strategic plan, a new enterprise services division, and finally, a water and sewer rate study that came before this council just recently. These are just a few, and as we are moving towards best practices to help make our city stable and sustainable. So we've identified many of the deferred maintenance projects that need to be done. We need to move them off the deferred maintenance list and put them on a regular maintenance list, because we all know that continuing to defer means that city infrastructure is impacted and costs will continue to rise. We also have identified that enterprise services such as water and sewer are to be paid by the consumer and not subsidized by the general fund. Now, I know Cerritos residents don't want to hear that because for years they have been receiving a subsidy on their water bill. But as I mentioned earlier, Cerritos residents that are served by the city of La Palma are paying for the true cost of water. In fact, I have a copy of their bill, and it is double of what we currently pay. I also spoke to a Hawaiian Gardens resident last night, and his water and sewer bill is $150 a month. That is the true cost of the service. What does that mean? They are paying for water that they use so that their city's general fund is freed up and can spend more for public safety and more amenities for the community. So a little bit of history here. The discussion of water and sewer rate adjustments have been going on for years. Mark said 2014. And then 5.5 years ago, in May of 2020, when Art Gallucci was the city manager, it was Councilmember Grace Hu who made the motion, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chung Vo, to direct staff to hold a public hearing to consider adopting a rate increase, including completion of analysis of sewer rates. That was in 2020. Then in 2021, our mayor was Grace Hu. Nothing was done. In 2022, our mayor was Chung Vo. Nothing was done. In 2023, our mayor was Bruce Barrows. Nothing was done. In 2024, our mayor was Naresh Solanki. Nothing was done. Not until May 2025 of this year, when Frank Yokoyama became mayor, when something was finally done. At the May meeting of this year, Frank made a motion, seconded by Mark Polito, to direct staff to immediately work on a water and sewer rate adjustment. So my intent here is not to throw our previous mayors under the bus. I know that's going to be blasted on social media. It's on record, it's public record of what's happened, or actually what's not happened in the past. So I know people are going to take it, they're going to spin it the way they want. But because they did not follow up, they did not hold the city manager accountable, the needed repairs on our water wells were basically kicked down to this current council, which is us. Now, if you were to talk to those former mayors today, I'm sure they'll tell you that they would never approve such an increase. But then again, they've never talked to their consultants, nor have they been briefed on the extreme conditions of our water infrastructure. I have never seen them at any of the community meetings that our public works, that our city manager, that our team has put on. So it's easy for them to say, oh, I would never increase rates like that. So now this council is having to make decisions and hear from residents that are really upset with us. This council is faced with a situation where action is needed immediately and no longer can be deferred. I realize we are getting a lot of heat from the residents, but adjusting the water and sewer rates is just the right thing to do. You heard from Councilmember Polito, the ick, as he's described, that we are facing. It's not just ick, it's public health. And I know we can no longer kick the can down the road anymore. So to our residents, I really hear your concerns, and I want to address some of them here because I've seen and read what you've commented on. You guys talk about subsidies. The city's budget supports and subsidizes all of our departments and our buildings. We subsidize the Cerritos Library. It is funded by the general fund at almost $6 million a year. But it's free to go to the library. In fact, many non-residents come to the library for free. The library is one of the top 50 in the world, and it's like a museum. Just Google it. Many people from out of town come and visit the library for free. The library does not have the ability to generate a substantial income, but it is a service that the city provides to both residents and non-residents. We subsidize our parks, our swim center, our golf course, our senior center. All are funded by the general fund. Our parks are free for both residents and non-residents. You do not have to pay a fee to have a picnic or to play outdoor basketball and even pickleball. But it is our general fund that is used to maintain and upkeep our parks for all to use. These facilities are subsidized by the city as they add quality of life to residents. Except for programming and rental fees, our parks do not generate a substantial income, but it is a service the city provides for both residents and non-residents to enjoy. So here we are with the CCPA. Much is said, why is the city subsidizing the CCPA? We do subsidize the CCPA. It's our building. It needs to be looked at as a community asset. It is the jewel of the city, and it is one of the many city-owned facilities that make our property value so high here in Cerritos. We cannot just stop subsidizing the CCPA because some folks don't like it. There are many residents that love the CCPA. And I know, I hear it. I go to the shows, they tell me how much they enjoy living in the city and attending a performance at the Performing Arts Center. However, they're not as vocal as those that oppose it. It's the ones that oppose it that are saying shut it down. So just like our library and our parks, the CCPA serves our residents. It belongs to the community and it is there for those that want to enjoy it. The CCPA is subsidized by the city for community events, and the CCPA just happens to be a cultural one. I don't know, I love cultural events. We're a very diverse city and we should embrace cultural events. The CCPA is where we hold our annual Martin Luther King Jr. celebration, our mayoral transition, our State of the City, our annual employee recognition, community and town hall meetings, our upcoming Festival of Friendship. Strong cultural amenities makes cities more desirable to live in. It boosts property values, community attractiveness, and civic pride. Who doesn't want that? I'll tell you who wants it. My colleagues over in Artesia, Bellflower, Downey, Hawaiian Gardens, Paramount. They would love to have the CCPA, and they tell us each and every time, don't they, Frank?
Yep.
In fact, if you were to close down the CCPA and let it sit there, it would end up becoming a blighted piece of property and an eyesore. And that actually will impact your property values. It will take years or even decades to redevelop that area if you were to close or tear it down. Unlike the library and our parks, the CCPA is the only facility that has the ability to generate income. The CCPA is another part of Cerritos' quality of life infrastructure. So all these facilities are subsidized by the city. Our library, park, senior center, and the CCPA all fall under goal number 8 of our strategic plan, which is to ensure continued excellence in community recreation and community programming. The city held community meetings for residents to weigh in on the strategic plan. This was your plan. This was your priority. This was a plan that received input from residents, employees, staff, and the council. Subsidy does not mean waste. These facilities provide a social, cultural, and educational value. So another thing I've also been hearing from residents is why don't they get their priorities in order? Well, residents did make it clear. They have told us that public safety is their top priority. It is the number one priority in our strategic plan. Public safety makes up 18% of our budget. Funds are used to pay for our sheriff deputies, our drones, ALPR cameras, and more. And the cost of the contract with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is rising. $43 million of our budget comes from sales tax revenue. That means every consumer, people that shop here and dine here in Cerritos, is paying for our public safety, our streets, our infrastructure, and even our water. So it's not only residents paying for all of this. As mentioned many times, water is not to be paid for by the general fund. Continuing to do so will drain our general fund. Funds that instead would be used for more public safety, more street repair, and safe equipment at our parks. The proposed adjustments for the water and sewer fund are to build the water fund and to build the reserves so that this enterprise service can be self-sustaining. By freeing up the money used to subsidize water, the city can focus on their number one priority, which is public safety. So wouldn't you want, you guys asked it as a priority, wouldn't you want those funds to be spent on public safety? I think so. I don't think there's a resident here that would say they don't want money to be spent on public safety. So we've heard you, and that is what we're doing, and we can continue to do more if we free up the funds from the water subsidies. Another things residents have said, and I'm really sad, and Art said he was sad too, but this is really disheartening to hear, that we need to cut festivals, cut conferences, and get rid of employees, employee benefits, and pensions. That is just a non-starter for me. The water and sewer rates are being done in accordance with best practices established by the American Water Works Association. We are not raising rates just because. So really, it's disheartening for me to read comments by residents about our employees and their hard-earned benefits and pension, or even to suggest getting rid of employees. These are the very folks that come in every day to service the community. These are the very employees that answer your calls, many of your calls out there, when you're asking for information about our water system. These are the employees that help you with your tree and street issues. These are the employees that help you with class registration for your kids' sports, swim classes, or to reserve a park facility for your kid's birthday. These are the employees that provide services to our seniors at the senior center. These are the employees that read books to your children at the library. The list goes on. Yes, I get that residents are upset with our water rate adjustment, but please provide solutions that are real and stop putting blame on the number of employees hired to serve this city. I will defend every single employee and acknowledge their dedication and commitment to our city. They did not sign up for a job to be publicly attacked. As for festivals, yes, we should continue with festivals to celebrate the milestones and diversity of our city. Again, it's disheartening to me to hear that certain ethnic group, that a certain ethnic group, which 3 of them sit right up here, is constantly being attacked, even by the same people in their ethnic group.
That's racist.
It's very racist, being attacked when the city is also welcoming a water lantern festival or the MLK celebration. Even if we were to cut every single one of these festivals, that would not be enough money to build a water well. Yes, we do have a water problem, but that doesn't mean cutting quality of life in Cerritos. Festivals bring the community together. And as for conferences, this council takes the time to learn more so that they can better serve you. It is where we learned about bringing drones and ALPR cameras to our city. You cannot learn from 2 council meetings a month. Not only that, some of us serve on boards and committees on the local, state, and federal level. So what does that mean for you guys? I know, you probably don't care, but you know what it tells you? We have a seat at the table. We are having Cerritos have a seat at the table at these conversations. Just last week, I was appointed to serve on another year on the Public Safety Committee for the California League of Cities. I am in a position to advocate for public safety for our residents. Isn't that what you guys want? I see that residents have asked AI or Google to get answers. Those are simply not reliable sources. Even some of the posts on social media have misinformation. Some have even created fake flyers. Our staff has worked hard to present at community events. They have met with some of you individually. I have also offered to meet with residents. Many of you out there have my number. I've talked to you in the past for years. Not one has reached out to me directly. Instead, I'm called out on social media. Social media is not a means to discuss your concerns. You can't have a decent conversation over social media. So if you really wanted information, please take advantage of the resources being offered. I respect everyone's right to support or oppose the water and sewer rate adjustments. What I don't support are misinformation and attacks on employees. Thank you, my colleagues, for indulging me on this. I think what I had to say had to be said. And thank you to Alvin and Chris again, and Kristen for the report. And we all here have the same goal, that with staff, our employees, and the residents, we all want the same thing. We want clean water, and we want an infrastructure that provides us safe water. That's my end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Linda Johnson. And I agree with you 100% with what you said. Okay, so just like Councilmember Polito mentioned, you know, how we put a lot of information into this 8-page agenda report. Thank you, Alvin and Chris. And you had, you know, one section about the Category 1 SSO, sewer spill overflow on Studebaker Road at College Place. And it just happened a month ago. And that's an example of the catastrophic failures of our water infrastructure and sewer infrastructure that could happen, but this one did happen. And those catastrophic failures are the result of deferring maintenance year after year after year, which is what's been happening here. You also mentioned that in the C4 well, that monitoring detected perfluorooctane sulfonate, PFAS. Is that also referred to as a forever chemical?
Yes, Mayor, it is.
So that's a forever chemical in our well.
Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate for the council? Can you explain for the council why perfluorooctane sulfonate or PFAS is being referred to throughout not just our state, throughout our country, throughout the world as a forever chemical?
Yes, the reason that PFOS, which is it's a member of the PFAS family, it's considered a forever chemical because it does not naturally break down. It will stay in the system forever. If it gets into your body, it stays in there forever and has the potential for increased risk of cancer.
Thank you for letting us know why it's called a forever chemical, and for letting us know in this report that it has been detected in our C4 well. Also, so rates have not changed. Water and sewer rates have not changed since 2021, correct?
That is correct.
So that means the percentage increase from 21 to 22 was 0%, right?
That is correct.
And from 22 to 23, it was 0%, correct?
Correct.
23 to 24, 0%.
Correct.
24 to 25, 0%.
Correct.
So for years, we've had 0% rate increase.
Correct.
Okay. And we talked about how the last time the Cerritos City Council considered water and sewer rate adjustments, they decided to do adjustments in 2014, over 10 years ago. And those were a 10% rate increase, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at that because you have been here since 2022? No, 2023?
2024.
2024. So you looked at that and analyzed it so that you can make presentations of the facts of our water and sewer rates and our water and sewer infrastructure to the community. For example, here and at our commission meetings, at our committee meetings, and at the informational sessions, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So isn't it correct that when the City Council in 2014 approved those rate adjustments of 10% annually, it was expressly stated that that excluded any funding of capital improvement projects of our water and sewer infrastructure?
Yeah, I was not here at the time,
Mm-hmm.
but I did not see a dedicated project list like you do see with the effort that we have here before you today.
Okay. And just so you know, that was on slide 9 at the Economic Development Commission, where you informed us, you and Chris informed us that the rate adjustments that were approved by the council in 2014, over 10 years ago, those rate adjustments expressly excluded capital improvement project needs, the needs of our infrastructure. All it went to was reducing the subsidy of the rates that the residents and the businesses were paying. So, you also informed, just so that I can understand the hemorrhaging of our general fund, that, because I didn't hear it said, I want to make sure everybody is on the same page, that ever since our general fund has been subsidizing water and sewer, as of the end of the 24-25 fiscal year, which is June 30, 2025, the general fund has subsidized water and sewer over $33 million. Is that right?
That's correct, but I will defer to Peter Kemp, our budget manager.
24.3 million plus 8.9 million.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I believe that's correct. I believe it may have been 24.3 million for the loan write-off. And since then, so that was, the loan write-off was done at the very beginning of fiscal year 23-24. Since 23-24, or the beginning of that, so the last two complete fiscal years, which would be fiscal year 23-24 and fiscal year 24-25, the general fund has subsidized the water and sewer funds, combined $8.9 million.
Okay, so the 24.3 million from the general fund plus the 8.9 million from the general fund means we've hemorrhaged over 33 million from the general fund subsidizing water and sewer over all these years.
That's correct.
Okay. So you talked about when we had a leak on Bloomfield and South, right?
Yes, sir.
And if the city had funding to do the standard normal maintenance of our water infrastructure, we could have spent $50,000 to fix that leak. But
Yes,
then you
sir.
said because we hadn't been maintaining and we hadn't been doing the normal routine maintenance of our lines and our water infrastructure, what would have normally been a $50,000 repair job was a $200,000 repair job.
Yes.
That's how you explained it, right? That's
Yes,
the
sir.
facts. It cost us $200,000 in your expertise as our public works director. What should have been a $50,000 fix normally in a regularly maintained water infrastructure, a water line, our city paid on an emergency basis $200,000.
That is correct.
Okay, great. So that means instead of the 50,000, we paid 400% of that 50,000 to fix the line, to fix the leak, because we didn't take care of it normally under normal maintenance, normal repairs. Because 200,000 is 400% of 50,000. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So you also talked about, and you touched on this. You talked about how if we had the funding, we would be taking care of our sewer lines right now. These same sewer lines where we had a Category 1 SSO on the Studebaker Road at College Place, one of our arterial streets. We had this Category 1 SSO because our sewer line expelled 350 gallons of sewage, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what we should be doing if we had the funding, if we had the funds, is injecting a material into the existing sewer lines to create a new inner protection. What is that called, Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. That's called a sock.
creates a new liner of the pipe.
And if we had the funding, we would be doing that right now, right?
Yes, we would be doing it where identified, where it's needed.
And do we have places that we've identified it's needed, but we're not doing it?
At this time, because we don't have the video footage of the sewer pipes, we're not doing it.
Okay. And what is your, but you've experienced, you're knowledgeable of other cities doing this, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what is your knowledge and experience about this sock? What is the difference in the cost of putting a sock in instead, rather than, what's the difference in the cost? We put a sock in these sewer lines where we identify a need versus a catastrophic leak of the sewer pipe and we have to fix it after the fact. What's the difference in the cost?
It's around 10 times cheaper for the reasons of when you put a sock in, you basically pop 2 manholes and you run the liner through there. You don't have to dig up the ground. You don't have to expose the broken pipe. You heat it up and you have your new lined pipe versus if the pipe does fail, now you're talking about excavating pipe down anywhere from 10 to 12 feet, possibly deeper, depending on the size of the pipe, to repair it.
So you said it's 10 times cheaper to do a sock. So in other words, if we don't do the sock and we have a catastrophic failure of our sewer line that injects 350 or so gallons of sewage into our city streets and then eventually go into the catch basin, now we have to spend 1,000% more on the cost of the repairing the catastrophic failure instead of putting a sock in at the beginning.
Possibly, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I will now open for public comments on this item. Robert Chevelle. For this agenda item, let's make it 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, staff, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for not properly introducing myself previously. I am Dr. Robert Chevelle. I have a PhD in applied statistics. I tell you that so you will forgive me for caring so much about numbers. I've lived in Cerritos for 25 years. My wife was born and raised here, so she has me beaten by a couple of years. I spoke previously at the Planning Commission meeting. I was then strongly against the proposed water rate increase. I've since spoken with many neighbors and also with a few staff who were very helpful and kind. Thank you all for that. I remain strongly against the rate increases. Please note that I am not against any person. I'm not against the city or the departments. I like all you folks. But I am against the rate increases for 4 main reasons. Firstly, I believe the rate increases are too much. According to Table 3 of the notice, the average residential home will pay an extra $1,200 per year. For those of you hearing about this for the first time, here's the arithmetic. The average bi-monthly rates will increase from the current $60 to about $260. That includes water and sewer. So it increases from about $30 per month to about $130 per month, which is obviously an extra $100 per month or $1,000 per year. It is a more than quadrupling of the rates, or a 300% increase. Secondly, the rate increase is apparently permanent. We will have to pay an extra $1,200 per year forever. This seems quite unreasonable. In present value terms, it amounts to an instant bill of $25,000 to $50,000, which obviously devalues our homes. This increase will ultimately give the city, I understand, an extra roughly $20 million per year, only some of which will be used for capital improvement projects and the increased operating costs. I think it's unreasonable that we should be paying an extra $20 million a year permanently. Thirdly, my reason for objecting this is the process and the notice. The city mailed notices to roughly 15,000 homes. By a quirk in the law, the city gets to assume that those 15,000 votes are votes in favor of the $1,200 per year increase. They are automatic yeses. I think it's an unfair burden on us that we have to file a protest letter to change it from a yes to a no. The 15,000 notices themselves, I believe, were not a good faith effort to inform residents. They came in a plain envelope. You had to read all the way to page 3 and study Table 3 to see that it amounted to $1,200 per year extra. Most people thought it was junk mail or a pro forma notice, and they threw it away. A good faith effort would have had the top of the letter and also the outside of the envelope, both saying, your water rates will increase by 300% unless you return this protest form. To see how unusual is the current situation in common language, imagine a counterfactual. Imagine that your vote, ladies and gentlemen, was an automatic no unless you changed it to a yes. What then would the city have mailed you? Answer, an envelope that told you it was important. A letter that asked for your help and to vote yes, perhaps translated into additional languages, and importantly, a return envelope to make mailing easy. Further evidence that, unfortunately, and it gives me no pleasure to say this, I'm sorry folks, further evidence that the city has not acted in good faith is that the full rate increases to an average home, that is, Table 3 of the notice, have not been presented at either of the informational sessions or at the 4 commission meetings or tonight. And straightforward questions from commissioners about the same rate increases have not been answered correctly. Fourthly, I do not believe that the increase is necessary. Total city revenue is expected to be roughly $140 million next year. Surely monies can be found to support the water. And by the way, with $140 million in total expected revenue next year, I believe it is wholly inappropriate to engage in any sort of fear-mongering. Now, I do not claim to be an expert on water rates, but I am an expert. In fact, I am the world's leading authority on how I want to spend my own money. I do not want to personally pay an additional $1,200 more per year forever. And I suggest that we collectively should not pay $20 million more per year forever. We should be able to make do with a budget of $140 million. So for those 4 reasons, my fellow residents, I urge you to sign and return your protest form. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chaffel. The city of Cerritos is just following state law regarding Proposition 218. So your concerns, your issues with the process, it's a state process. It's Proposition 218. All the other cities in our state are required to follow that process, just like we're required to follow that process and comply with that process. So maybe that's an issue that's better addressed to our state assembly member, Sharon Quirk-Silva, or our state senator, Tony Strickland, regarding the unfairness of the way Proposition 218 works. But thank you for sharing it here at Public Comment, and perhaps our state legislators will become aware of your concerns of how Proposition 218 works. Also, my understanding is that the rate adjustment that's going to be happening next year is a 76% rate increase. It's going to result in a $49.53 increase on the bi-monthly rate, which is less than $25 a month, which is less than $300 a year, which is less than $1 a day. Okay, Daisy Legasca.
Hello, good evening. My name is Daisy Legasca Denson. I'm not using the Denson anymore for a personal reason, but anyway, I'm using the Daisy Legasca. Legasca is my father's name. So if somebody is questioning why Legasca, why Denson, Denson is my ex-husband and Legasca is my dad's. Anyway, good evening. I'm not supposed to say about this one, but it bothers me, like Miss Sophia say. She is a nurse like me. The arsenic that is in my water. So if I were going to check my water right now and I were going to find all these forever chemicals, manganese, arsenic, I had a patient who had an arsenic poisoning, and it was not good. So can you just imagine the whole Cerritos were going to have, I'm not sure how long that was been in our water. So it bothers me, really. So I check. It's not from me, but it's from the medical association. I will just going to read to you about arsenic poisoning. Arsenic poisoning occurs when you consume high levels of arsenic. And he was telling that it's high level already. So that bothers me a lot. You can experience arsenic poisoning quickly, but long-term exposure to element is more common. This may be through contaminated groundwater, air, soil, food. Arsenic poisoning occurs when often a major area of industrialization or agriculture, and arsenic poisoning can cause serious complication and even death if not treated immediately. Mark was saying about a while ago, I agree. It really bothers me about the public safety. The public health is really in danger. So, we are talking about public safety. Of course, that's the number one. So what's the number two priority? Is it about the CCPA, about the park, about the library, or the public health? You know, we have all this issue about the CCPA, that this and that. Why don't we just maybe rent it out or do something about it? Why do we have to subsidize it rather than subsidizing our water? But we have to subsidize the CCPA. We can have the jewel of the city. We can have the best, the number, whatever, best in, as Jeff said a while ago, the best in the universe. But what? We have an arsenic poisoning in the city. So is that better? Is that the priority that we're talking about? So, common sense, people, common sense. It's not, I haven't been here for a long time, but you know, I was just here for one reason a while ago. But when I heard that, it's really like, I have my kids. I have a special child. And I'm thinking, oh my God, we are drinking that water? Miss Sofia Che, isn't it for special children, for seniors? They are more prone to have more complications when it comes to this poisoning, these chemicals. So we have to think about the priority. Linda, you are talking about meeting people. I remember you had a meeting, you made a meeting before. I was about to RSVP, but they said, oh, it's already closed. I heard that there's only chosen ones, and I heard they are your appointees or friends. So what are you talking about? You are ready, you are willing to talk, to listen to people, to residents. I don't know. So if you want to make an you know, like you want to talk to really the residents, why don't you open up and, you know, not on the, what is that, where it's very small space. Do the CCPA. There is the Sierra. It's not always used. You know, if you want to have a town hall meeting, use the Sierra where everybody, most of the residents will come and voice out what they want to talk. You know, it's not just like where in that industrial center there where I heard is only few, like less than 20. And, you know.
Your time's up.
Oh, anyway, thank you. At least I've said my thing. Just be prioritized.
So we've had multiple community information sessions. We've had presentations at the city council meeting and commission meetings and committee meetings, and I see the attendees here at tonight's meeting. Thank you. I see familiar faces in the room, and a number of you have attended those community information sessions. You've attended the commission meetings. Thank you for coming and being part of the process of the public meetings, sharing of information, and some of you here have given public comment and engaged in robust conversations about this very important issue of our water and sewer rate infrastructure and our water and sewer rate adjustments. So I'm thankful to those of you who actually came to the community information sessions, came to the presentations at our commission meetings and our city council meetings. This has been agendized multiple times, as referenced by Mayor Pro Tem Linda Johnson. We've had hearings about this since at least 2020. So I'm thankful to all of you who've attended those meetings, and I'm thankful to all of you today who are engaging in this public, transparent process by sharing with the city council and the public today with your public comment. So next on the public comment is Mr. Saul Lozada.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I just have one quick comment.
Sure.
Yes, I just want to let the residents know, yes, I did have meetings along with staff. I have never closed RSVPs, never. So if you wanted to attend, you were free to attend. I have never closed RSVPs.
And I will vouch for that. You had your 5 minutes. Mr. Saul Lozada is talking now, please. Oh, would you like to? Okay. Okay, what's your name?
Thank you.
Could someone help him? His name's not on the list, please. I only have Saul Lozada and Case Vanderlinden, and I have Aaron now. Are you Aaron?
Mayor, if I may.
Okay, hold on. The assistant city clerk is going to say something.
Thank you, Mayor. So we are aware of an issue with the software. However, we have retained a list of members of the public who have elected to speak.
Okay, so I need to have that list because I only see Mr. Saul Lozada. In addition to the people who spoke already, I only see Mr. Saul Lozada, Mr. Case Vanderlinden, well, C.W. Vanderlinden, and Aaron. So I need all these additional names. Okay, so thank you to the public who's here to speak. Thank you, you'll speak. You'll speak. Okay, so we have Saul Lozada.
Yes.
He's waiting to speak. He needs to get his time. Thank you, Mr. Saul Lozada, for your patience. Then we're going to have C.W. Vanderlinden. Then we're going to have Aaron. And then we're going to have everybody else who signed up. Mr. Saul Lozada.
Council and Mayor, I see this in a completely different kind of view. I've met some of your staff, your city manager, and I'm quite impressed. But I don't understand how this is so difficult that a $10 million, it's coming out of our pockets. Doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on, it's coming out of our pockets. If you take the subsidy away, you got a slush fund. I put it that way because that's the easiest way people can understand. Yeah, you can put up some new monuments and you can fix a couple streets and you can do all these other things with that other extra $10 million, and we pay for it. And there's not a thing we can do about it. What I would say to you, and I would ask you guys, if you are going to take the $10 million away from the city money and take it and not give it to the water department, that you'll take it off our taxes. See, when you think that way, it's not. It works completely different because now you don't have that slush fund. But okay, if it's coming out of our pockets now, it's not coming out twice. And as far as some of the wells go, it takes 7 years to put in 4 posts, a roof, and put in a pump. Man, I wish I had those dollars for all the things that are being planned, because planning is making all the money. I mean, I worked in construction for 30 years. It takes 2 days to put up a little lean-to. I've gone to several of the meetings where we were told, they had to send back east for parts and they had to make them. If an engine is bad, you take the engine and you throw it away and you put a new one in. And if it costs you $10,000 more, you saved it for the 20 years. I mean, it's not rocket science. You do it in your own homes. And as far as a sewage spill, if you got upset for 250 gallons, you'd hate to see what happens in the real world. Because I've had to walk through it. And I had to take my boots back to my house. So when you say, oh, it was 250 gallons, I don't bleed for you. And the other thing, if somebody from the city had been there on that sewage spill, they would have saw the camera go down to see what the obstruction was. And they could have told you what the problem was. You wouldn't have had to replay for a report. Because they got to send a camera down there to see what's going on. Common sense. But yet, on the other hand, nobody in that department seems to have any common sense. I mean, that's the bottom line. You've got all these promotions of our person has told us we need to spend this, and this. Who gave them the qualifications? What other bids did you guys get? I mean, the simple fact of the matter is, you know what? 15 years ago, I paid $3,000 to have my house re-roofed. It cost me $17,000 the last time. So yeah, prices have gone up. But if that thing on Bloomfield cost you $200,000, you got ripped off because the guys weren't there on overtime. They weren't there all night. They weren't there all through the day fixing that unit. They were there on regular time hours. So how did you spend $200,000? That's what we need to know. Then you could have had your $150,000 back. But who looks into that? I don't think any of you guys would even think about that. So, which pocket are you going to take it out of? Our back pocket or our front pocket? If I would like to hear from you guys, tell us that if this promotion goes through and they raise the bill, that you'll take it off our taxes. Would you take it off our taxes, Ms. Hong? Huh? Would you?
Mr. Lozada, can you finish your point? Because you're
My point is, no matter what happens, we pay for it. Now, do you want to make us pay for it twice or once? Which one is it? I would hope that all of you would let us know.
Thank you, Mr. Lozada. Thank you. It's good. And thank you for attending our community information sessions.
Thank you, sir.
And I agree with you. I wish we didn't spend that extra $150,000 on the leak at the intersection at Bloomfield and South.
Isn't there somebody that's going to watch that?
So I have a name on here. Aaron, is Aaron? Okay, that's a test. So we don't have an Aaron. Okay, Carla Gilheis.
Hi, good evening. I feel like I've been sitting through about an hour and a half of alarmist propaganda from you guys up there. And since that's terms we've used in past meetings, I think it'd be okay to use it here. And while Councilwoman Johnson wants to point out how this team is new, 100% agree with that. It doesn't fall on this team. But 3 of you up there have been here for a while. Mr. Polito, you were here in 2011. You were there in 2014. What did you do? Mr. Yokoyama, you joined in 2017. What did you do? Linda, you've been here since 2022. What have you done? To stand up there and try to put that back on us, like that's our problem, you guys should own that. You're the ones now. Fix it now. Don't try to put that back on us like, oh, it's the past people who did nothing. You're here, we expect you to do something with it. I would appreciate it when you give out statistics or numbers that you give us facts for them. Because Councilwoman Johnson, you gave a lot of facts, but you had nothing to back it up. You should have had that water bill with certain information redacted so everybody could see it. It's not right, it's biased to just come up here and give facts that you think are facts, but have no way to support them or prove them. When I moved to Cerritos in 2000, I didn't care about the CCPA. That's not what was driving me to come to Cerritos. It was the schools. And to hang my property value on the CCPA, you're sorely misled. Nobody comes through, and there's been 4 houses in my cul-de-sac, and I've met all the new people. Not one of them asked, wow, how's that CCPA? Not one. So that was kind of a heavy push for you to say that our property values rely on that. It's not true. You know why we don't want this rate hike? It's not because we don't believe that it needs to be done. I personally believe it needs to be done. What I don't believe is that you've come up with a plan that will get it done without killing the people that are paying for it. 76% increase on water, but when you combine that with the sewer, it's a 90% increase in the first year, Mr. Yokoyama. 90%. That's crazy. In 2014, you came in with a 10%. Now, I know we have inflation, but come on. 100% in February, it goes up. You got to do better. You got to sharpen your pencils. You got to come back to the table, and you got to figure out how you stop subsidizing power plants, how you stop subsidizing CCPA, how you stop calling for special elections. Let's see. In the agenda, $200,000 to $300,000 for a special election that you two asked for, Johnson and Yokoyama. It only serves you. It only serves you to put that on the agenda. $200,000 to $300,000. That would have paid for this issue we had over here for $200,000. Stop wasting our money. Be good stewards of our money. While I hear with $20,000 there, $50,000 there, when I'm going to pay my bill, I'm not going to go to the CCPA because I want to go to a great show. I'm going to choose to pay my water bill that you just hiked up on me. So you really need to stop and listen to your citizens and your residents, because what we're saying to you, we understand the maintenance needs to happen. We understand the rates need to go up, but you've got us at the top of a cliff pushing us off when you could have a slope that's much more friendly and much nicer. And when I hear things like, oh, the water's not safe to drink, and I'm sad about that, and well, how sad are you? Are you sad enough that you will address the rates in a reasonable manner, or you will continue to subsidize things? We could use $2, $3, $4 million to work on this. We're not saying get rid of the CCPA. We're saying make it pay for itself. Make the Magnolia pay for itself. Let's quit subsidizing that. Let's quit calling special elections. Let's find out why we have 3 city assistant managers. I'm talking about a deep scrub of the city's budget. Thank you.
So the reason, a thing that I opposed here in the city of Cerritos is having our elections, standalone elections, in March of odd years. The previous majority, Bruce Barrows, Naresh Solanki, and Chong Vo, put it on the city agenda a couple years ago to move our elections from even years to odd years, standalone elections in March of odd years. And in the agenda reports, it explained that moving the elections to standalone elections in March of odd years is going to waste $100,000 of your taxpayer dollars every standalone election in March of odd years. just like we had an election earlier this year in March of 2025. That wasted over $100,000 of your taxpayer dollars having a standalone election instead of a consolidated election like we had in March of 2020. The reason we're having elections, standalone elections in March of odd years, wasting over $100,000 of your taxpayer dollars every City of Cerritos municipal election that is in March of odd years, is because Bruce Naresh and Chong voted for it. Linda and I voted no. We voted no on moving to having standalone elections in March of odd years. We voted no to moving it to March of odd years, wasting $100,000 of your taxpayer dollars. We voted no to giving the 5 council members, including Bruce Naresh and Chong, an extra year on the council so that they can get an extra year of compensation and health benefits and life insurance. And they got that extra year, and then they all quit and they left the council, and you brought it up. Thank you for bringing that up so I can set the record straight instead of your misinformation and extremism and alarmism and propaganda. Next is Charlie Jocelyn. You brought it up. I just want to make the facts, let the facts be known on who moved the City of Cerritos to standalone elections in March of odd years, wasting $100,000 every city election. Charlie Jocelyn, your turn. Thank you, Charlie.
Before I reply to the 218, with the change in the date, would that make the current terms incomplete for the council members?
What are you talking about, sir?
You're talking about the extension of changing the date of the council vote? You're just talking about the council change.
I believe that's another agenda item.
Are you talking about something other than water and sewer rates?
I was wondering about the question I was going to ask the lawyer. Is that going to change the term? Would your terms be incomplete if you vote for the changing of the date of the vote?
I believe that's a different agenda item. So if you could speak to the water rates, you can have your comments at that time.
Well, sorry.
I'm not certain. I'm confused about what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Sorry?
I'm confused about what you're talking about. Sorry. If you can clarify.
You were talking about changing the date of the vote for the council term. For the vote every 2 years, you're going to make it in line with the other election date. Well, what I was wondering is that going to change the terms because it's going to it would cut your current terms short?
I was just explaining that the City of Cerritos has their municipal elections for the city council in March of odd years, and because it's a standalone election, instead of a consolidated election, it's wasting over $100,000 of our taxpayer dollars every single election.
Right, but in making that change,
but what change are you? What changing to what? What are you talking about?
Change it to the new election date. To change it to make it aligned with the regular election. Would that make your terms full? Or would you qualify for another 4-year term?
I'm not certain what hypothetical or.
All right, I don't.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Do you understand, city attorney?
Okay.
City attorney,
right.
can you answer his question?
I do believe that is a different agenda item. So I think the most pertinent aspect right now is on the presentation of the water and the sewer infrastructure. So my recommendation is to
Let's
move
give
on.
him 5 minutes, please. Please give Mr. Charlie Jocelyn 5 minutes.
Right, shift gears.
Please.
All right, well, thank you.
Yeah.
I was at the August council meeting when this was announced that this Proposition 218 would be
Thank you for
passed
attending the meeting. I appreciate
and would
it.
go out to the voters. And at that council meeting, one of the things I realized was that you actually got the most perfect way to raise taxes, because at that meeting you were talking about how the city didn't vote for the extra 1% sales tax. So instead, we got Proposition 218. It's going to make up for the shortfall in the taxes that you're missing out on from gaining sales tax. So it seems like the perfect foil. And I'm also surprised that the local media was at that meeting, but it hasn't been in the newspaper since. The mailings have gone out, but our EDC person is keeping that out of the front pages like you would expect it to be normally. So I haven't seen that in the news. That's very surprising. But one thing I'm surprised about is that the Propositions 218 that was passed in 2014 raised $18 million, and that money didn't go to maintenance. It went into the general fund. And like a lot of other things in the general fund, it got used as a slush fund. So I'd like to know if, is that going to be investigated? Because right now, we need to make sure the money that's being used in the, that's being raised through 218 would be used properly. Right now, you'll see in the news that Inglewood is shouting, raising their hands because their water bills are going up 30%. And Downey, they're complaining their rates are going up. But Cerritos is going to bypass them all at 4 times what we're paying now. That's not proper. And yeah, I agree that CCPA needs to be self-sufficient. If you go to La Mirada, their theater pays for itself. They get a lot of theaters in there. They get a lot of attendance. They have a nice pride of their city, but it pays for itself. But no, I don't think what you're doing right now is right, and I know just about everybody you talk to, they hear what's going to happen because they didn't realize that that letter that looked like junk mail was actually going to raise their rates 4 times in the next 5 years, that they had to actually send that in order for it to be a vote against the proposition, and I hope the word is spreading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn, for attending and sharing your public comment. You know, I do want to respond that I did make it a point to have a From the Mayor's Desk article in the newspaper on November 7 about the water and sewer rate adjustments in Proposition 218. That article was in the newspaper, November 7, the local newspaper, Los Cerritos News. It was also email blasted to all the subscribers of our city emails. It was also on our social media, City of Cerritos social media. It shared the From the Mayor's Desk article. And then we've also been advertising in the newspaper and on our social media and our email blasts about the community information sessions that some of the people in this room attended. We also let people know about the agendas of our commission meetings and our committee meetings where we've been having these water and sewer rate informational reports. And I do want to point out a distinction, please, to the public, is that we heard from you. We heard you. We heard you when you came to the water and sewer rate informational, community informational sessions, and you expressed you don't understand what are you talking about when you need money for the water and sewer infrastructure. So that's why, because of us responding to the community, responding to the residents that wanted more information so they can understand what's going on in our city, that's why today we had an informational report on a status update on water and sewer system reliability and long-term infrastructure needs. This was not an informational report about Proposition 218. Okay? We had that in other meetings. Today was an informational report about our water and sewer system reliability and long-term infrastructure needs, because that's what residents asked for. They asked for it at our community information sessions. They've sent in emails. They asked it at our planning commission meeting. They talked about it at our planning commission meeting, economic development commission meeting. So we're responding to you to provide information about why our infrastructure is desperate for funding that right now is unfunded. And on top of that, you know, I consider, and this city council considers, and the city manager and city hall considers the general fund your taxpayer dollars. The general fund is the residents' taxpayer dollars. And we will give that general fund, your taxpayer dollars, the fiscal transparency and responsibility and attention and protection it deserves. So just like I don't like wasting $100,000 of your taxpayer dollars every time we have a standalone election in March of odd years, that $100,000 bugs me. So imagine how much it bugs me to know that we have hemorrhaged as of June 30, 2025, over $33 million out of the general fund to subsidize water and sewer used by our residents and our businesses. And as Linda Johnson pointed out, there's residents who are being unfairly, they're out and the money's they're being unfairly treated because the general fund money, your taxpayer dollars, is only benefiting the residents who've been subsidized for years. And we have a significant number of residents who are getting served for water by a different agency, and they're getting subsidized zero. And if they're hearing this right now, I wonder how they're feeling. And if they heard about it before, I wonder how they're feeling, because we've heard from them. Curtis, you're next. Curtis, thank you for your patience.
I would like to, my name is Curtis. I own Not of Man Records, Not of Man, and also the Watcher News Reports. I run an
Is the microphone on? Or is it just that you're too tall?
It might be that, is that better?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. My name is Curtis Forsyth. I am the lead singer of the
Give him
band
5
Not
minutes,
of Man.
please.
I own the record label Not of Man Records. I run an intelligence agency and a watchdog group called the Watchers News Reports. Now, the things that I've heard specific people up here say are actually incredibly shocking to me, because you specifically, I've come in and tried to interview. I've asked for an interview with anyone that would be willing to interview me. Anyone that would be willing to interview me, I've asked and received nothing. I know you probably didn't hear about it, but I have the record right here, if you'd like it. And then I heard you say all the panic and the issues with the COVID and that. Well, I found it interesting because you locked us down inside of our homes and told us that we couldn't go outside and we could only use water on specific days. Do you know what happens when you let sediment build up inside of pipes?
Turns brown.
What does it do to the pipe? What does it do? It breaks it. Okay, so the issue I'm having is you guys created the issue by locking us down on using our water. She can laugh all she wants. This woman, I would like to also, all of this is going to be put in for the record. Here are all the things that you publicly told people in your newsletter that are lies, all the way from the NIH to the CDC to the United States government. You locked us down in our homes, you taxed us for water, you told us you couldn't use water, and the only reason I'm bringing COVID up is because you did. So when they tell you that it was only an itchy arm, excuse me? I thought you were talking to me, I apologize. So when it says here in 2012 from the University of Texas that the vaccine causes myocarditis and death, and no one reported that, and you guys locked us down inside of our homes, when the FDA, the NIH, and the CDC all told us that we had to get a vaccine, but the Department of Defense, if you guys like to use your phone, look up JAIC Project Salus, September 28th, 2021, and you will see for yourself the vaccine back then only lasted 6 months. So we were locked down over false pretenses. I don't believe anything that you guys say. I don't believe anything that you guys have to offer, because I have tried to interview you and you won't even look at me. I work in body language, ma'am. That's why you're looking to the side. You know what I'm saying. I understand that you are listening, and I appreciate that. I do not mean to be aggressive in any way, shape, or form. I apologize. I've already done this with them before. Here's SARS-CoV-1, poised for human emergence, from Ralph Baric and Xi Jinping, paid through Anthony Fauci and the NIH and the CDC. I want this on public record, please. Here's a discovery of rich gene pool in bat SARS-related coronaviruses. Provides new insight into that. That's Peter Daszak, Xi Jinping, and all of these things took place before the COVID pandemic. I presented them to the police department, and I tried to bring them to you guys so that these issues would no longer be an issue. So you could have actual intelligence and information coming from the government that the news media was lying about. So I don't believe you when you say that you're doing this for good causes, because the reason this is all happening was because you locked us in our homes. She can laugh all she wants. Every document I have, I'll give to you. And you can study it and you can see. And you can see that my family died. My children had to go through that on Christmas. While you're sitting there wearing that Christmas thing, my child and my 2 children had to bury their grandmother because of the vaccine. So I don't think that you care. I don't believe you. And you're a nurse, so I know that you saw the myocarditis. You did, didn't you? Yeah, I saw the nod. So, you see, I'm not playing. I would like to have the documents from the initial time frame of when the water studies were done before COVID, the first water studies, and then I want the studies for 2025. And then I'm going to give them to my intelligence team, and we're going to see the issues that come up. And if there's no issues, then I'll present that at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Curtis. Did you finish your
Yes,
your
I did,
point?
sir.
Okay. So thank you for sharing it, public comment. I appreciate it.
Would you like the documentation?
Yeah, you could please hand it to our assistant city manager, and she will give it to the city council. Thank you, Curtis. Next, we have C.W. Vanderlinden.
Here's all the side effects. Here's what it shows.
Just hold on for a second, Mr. Vanderlinden.
I apologize. Just so you know, it also shows that it causes cancer. So you were complaining about cancer.
Okay. Thank you, Curtis.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's a social justice warrior. Here's where the tax dollars went. Here's the actual war game for COVID-19. Johns Hopkins University. And I will be signing the document. I don't trust any of you guys. You lied publicly.
Thank you, Curtis. Okay, Mr. Vanderlinden.
Thank you. Most of you people know that I've been living here since 1971, a long time before all of you came in the picture. I've seen the city had their better days before. I can tell you one thing, this council and some of the previous councils have certainly disappointed us greatly, because beside the fact that it's going to cost us a bunch of money, I believe that the supervision on our maintenance was non-existing. You're talking about spills. You just had a major spill here in 23 on 195th and Gridley. That intersection, those people were out of commission for weeks. You didn't talk about that. So what is the information that we're getting over here? Picking In 2015, I had a sewer spill right in front of our house. I don't want to explain that you had nothing in place even to call it in. It took us till 2 o'clock before we got action. They showed up, put some barriers down. We had the spill going all the way in to the channel because the intake is right there next to his house. Okay? So no one talks about that. I tell you, the example that was given about what it cost to fix this water situation on Bloomfield, yeah, that's because you don't test and you don't flush. At one time, the sewer systems were flushed on probably on at least a 6-month basis. I haven't seen those vehicles, and you guys tell me if you're still doing it. That's what you should be doing now. Forget about the sleeving and all this mumbo jumbo. As a matter of fact, you just sleeved on Pioneer. Are you all aware of that? Are you aware of what they did on Pioneer? That just happened here maybe 3-4 months ago. That Pioneer was out of commission because they had the pipes above ground, and then they sleeved the existing pipe. So you're not going to sleeve it while you still have the pipes in surface. You got to bring them out. You got to put temporary pipes in. No one talks about that. I'm wondering, does he even know about that? So that's the kind of observance that I have. The left don't know what the right hand is doing. And it has been so typical in the city. I have bitched and moaned about so many things over the years. I've been retired now 17 years. I can tell you one thing, my 48 years in business, I certainly did a hell of a better job than you guys are doing. It is pathetic. No wonder we got these problems. There's absolutely no system. I like to find out, does anybody from the council ever got an update on what the maintenance is? It even goes back to the days that we had this problem with the trees. There was no schedule. It was hit and miss. If you bitched hard enough, then the next time you had the tree trimmers there. And it's just everything else. When you deforested our streets in 23 and you repaved and you did the sidewalks and all that good stuff, I had to have my driveway done 3 times because there was no freaking supervision on your contractors. That's your biggest problem. You have a contractor out there and you got no supervision. You got no one going out and bird dog and making sure that your contractor is performing what you're paying for. I got so many examples. I was excited today that on 195th, that's what our walking path, I see for the first time there was a crew over there removing all kind of debris, old roots and whatnot. That hasn't been done in the last 15 years. You spent a bundle to upgrade that area. We used to walk that area. That area is not being maintained. I'm pretty sure you have your maintenance, your green, whatever the name of the company is. No one supervises. I've seen the red and blue flags identifying what the problem was. They are now out there for 3 years. So what are you doing? That's my biggest complaint. You're not doing anything to make sure that you get the buck, the money for your buck. You don't. It doesn't exist. You can come up with all the mumbo jumbo that you're coming up with, all the threatening, because that's what you're doing. Doomsday is coming, doomsday is going. Yeah, well, start flushing the sewers out. Do what you used to do before. I've been here for 54 years. I've seen it all. You're not doing that. Start with that. The flushing of your pipes, it is when I sent in my filters that I change out everything's one. I sent it in.
Mr. Vanderlinden, can you finish your point? Because your 5 minutes is up.
All right, thank you. Anyhow, bottom line is do a better job on follow-up. Find out, your council, find out what the schedules are. There are no schedules. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderlinden. Benjamin Au.
Hello. Good evening, Honorable City Council. My name is Benjamin Au. I live at 15933 Indian Creek Road. I know you all. I'm sure the decision of the water and the sewer rate adjustment is a very difficult one. And since I know you all, and all the wonderful staff members, I'm sure you're going to have the best interests of all the residents at heart, and you will take these citizens, their opinions into consideration when you make the final decision. I want to talk about not about this particular water rate adjustment plan, but since it was mentioned that we went through a rate increase cycle from 2014 to 2020, and it was mentioned that the money we collected at the time wasn't enough to fix all these problems, and that's why we are faced with all these, system decay and disrepair. So I went and looked it up. So my question, I was going to privately ask for clarification, but since it's a question about a public record on the city website, I thought it's better probably just to ask that question in public. So let me see. On page 25 of the PowerPoint presentation that the city staff gave to the council members, that was on May 7th. And there is one page, page 25, that's about the water enterprise revenues. And it covers revenues from fiscal year 2016 to 2017, all the way to 2023 to 2024. So the question is that we are from 2016 to 2020, we're in the middle, in the process of a 10% per year increase, right? So the revenue in 2016 to 2017 was 9 million. So if we're at a 10% per year increase, you expect the next year to be like about 10 million, the next year near 11 million, so on and so forth. And by the end of 2020, we're looking at probably 13 million, something like that. But the actual numbers that were presented was different. On the following year, for fiscal year 2017 to 2018, we had less than 8 million revenues. And then the following years, it started to climb, but not as fast. So in 2020, we ended up with about $10 million revenue. So my question is, what happened in 2017 for that over $1 million drop in the water enterprise revenue? And so I think all the citizens of our city and myself deserve a kind of explanation. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something, but I would really appreciate if somebody can give us an explanation for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benjamin Au. I know. I got it. I got you, Carrot. I don't have your name. What's your name?
Steve Stallings, and I put my name in before the meeting started.
Yeah, and it's not on the electronic form. They're having technical difficulties. Thank you for letting me know, Mr. Stallings.
Is my name on there?
Yeah. Okay. Robert, can you answer Benjamin Au's question here right now?
I'll defer to members of our administrative services team. Looking at Peter Kemp, our budget and finance manager, I believe he was referring to a slide that was part of a budget presentation, looking at some past history with regard to future forecasting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lopez, and thank you, Mayor, for the question. I don't have all of the exact data in front of me. We have seen some pretty significant changes in usage of water. So while specific water rates may have been increasing during that time, usage fluctuated quite a bit. And we did have quite a few years where usage did trend down. There were conservation efforts that have been in place really since then, continuous conservation efforts, drought-tolerant landscaping, that sort of thing. So while we do our best to, project out the usage when we're calculating these rates, and I know the third-party consultant that worked with us is doing the same, we can't predict the future and we can't predict all of these things. And so the fluctuation in revenue that the speaker is talking about is highly correlated to a reduction in usage.
Thank you, Peter. So, the revenue is rate times total water used. So just because the rate changes, that doesn't mean the revenue increases, because you also have to take into account the total water used per year times the rate. And you pointed out that there was historical things that happened, like a push for conservation, which may have resulted in lower water use by our residents. So I'm glad we're having this conversation. Thank you, Benjamin, for pointing out the what you noticed about the revenue, the total revenue from the water rates received from our residents and our businesses. Kirit Chauhan.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Believe it or not, today is World Kindness Day, so I'll be kind to you. One who knows all the answer has not been asked all the questions. So I want to thank Mr. Papa for his presentation to us, and also he answered some questions about, do we really have enough water for the city? And the answer is no, we have to buy a lot of water. But the additional question based on today, because each presentation you discover something new. So if we have so much contaminant, what is a safe level of arsenic for consumption? Is there a level? And you don't have to answer it right now. These are questions that came up.
Yeah, because you want to use your 5 minutes to talk. Possibly you
Right.
don't want to
And then
have a
C5
back and forth, and because his time's going to go into your 5 minutes. So, okay, so let's give Kirit an extra 15 seconds because I interrupted him.
And as far as C5, well, what can be done to mitigate it? Because from what I've read, the cost of building a well is $1 million for design, and roughly anywhere from 19 to 14 million to build a well. What's troubling me today now is that it takes 7 years to build a well when we have one well that's expiring in 6 years' time. So why are you going to wait to design a well in 4 years from now? You need to design a well today. And you say, I don't have any money. Not acceptable. If there's an emergency, you deal with it, just like your sewer. So, and let me tell you the impact of this bill. Here's my bill for up in September. I paid $90.79 because I use water. I actually like a front yard that's green and backyard that's green. Based on your rate, next year I'll pay $162. Following year, $210. Third year, $263. Fourth year, $317. And finally, $339 per billing cycle. Is that fair? Oh, yeah, you can afford it. I'm on a pension. I get 2% raise. Does my 2% cover this? The point is, be reasonable. I do not want to see any increase beyond 263. Why? Because that's 1, 2, 30. And why? Because I've actually done the numbers through the Morale, who does a lot of a calculation and data that we got from the city staff. you will actually generate $6 million additional by that third year. Fourth year, 7, fifth year, it's about 8 million. You can live with 6. And what I would prefer to see is stick it at 6. Then it's appropriate to have an inflationary factor in there. Then you build it up by 3%. Damn, you're unreasonable. Am I? You charge 3% to your warehouse residents. You give them a contract that says your rent is so much. It'll only go up by 3%. So it's not unreasonable to be the same rate for our residents. So it's important to be equitable. I think the other limit is too much. I can't support it. 218 is intended to put a restriction beyond the powers that the cities had. It is not an act that enables you to do anything. It has some restrictions. I don't like the way this was done. I don't like the way it was communicated. I really have a problem with the way that you didn't include an envelope if you truly wanted people to participate. The final one is this. Where would they turn it in person? No, there's a P.O. box. Shouldn't fair election allow the person the opportunity to return the form? And it can't be done here because this is not ADA accessible. You needed to provide more than one place for people to turn in the form. So those are my questions as it relates to this. But I will come back to talk about budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrot. And thank you for your public comment and sharing. And the city of Cerritos is complying with the legal requirements of state law under using the Proposition 218 process. And you made some points about the process, and I invite you to share those with our state legislators like Sharon Quirk Silva and Tony Strickland, because I know you know how to share that with them. So meanwhile, all of our cities of California are all following the same Proposition 218 requirements under state law, and that's what we did here. And we followed Proposition 218 to the letter of the law. But another thing I heard from you, and disagreement with me now if I'm hearing you wrong, but you do agree that a water rate increase is necessary. You just shared comments about the amount. Okay. Thank you, Carrot. Okay. Steve Stallings. Hello, Mr. Stallings. Good to
Good evening,
good to
Mayor.
see you. Thank
and
you for sharing.
Council, members of staff. I've been a member of, or a resident of Cerritos for 49 years. The last time this council saw me was in 2009 when it took 14 meetings over 9 months to resolve the city block wall issue that you raised illegally and that your predecessors raised illegally, and it took us 9 months to quash. 5 minutes is not enough. It'll take me an hour or more in 5-minute increments over the next 14 meetings to cover this issue. First of all, I believe that you're sensationalizing an issue that shouldn't be sensationalized, Mr. Polito. And Ms. Johnson, you are out of line. Your comments about us taking this with you privately is a violation of the Brown Act. And your comments about what other cities pay for water is illegal in the city of Cerritos. Rates and fees in the city of Cerritos are based on costs in the city of Cerritos and not what other communities pay for those rates. Third, you know for a fact that those people that are paying higher rates in Cerritos live on the opposite side of Coyote Creek and can only get their water from La Palma, and you have no control over what La Palma charges for water. And while I have no problem with the CCPA, your subsidy for the CCPA every year is over $10 million, and that would pay for his entire budget to fix all of the water issues. 1 year's CCPA subsidy. So don't give me any crap about not liking CCPA. I'd go to CCPA if the damn seats were big enough for me, but they aren't. Now, as far as the water issues go, this council cannot authorize rate increases without projects stated, scheduled, and fixed that we can identify what they're going to cost. Once you identify projects and their cost, then you can raise our rates commensurate to those. You're abusing Prop 218 to facilitate a rate increase without that justification. And I won't have it. And if it takes me 14 meetings in 5-minute sections, I will do so. Now, my lawyer has told me to follow the money, and I have pages of information up here about how you've misled us in your public forums and your Facebook announcements and all of your other information, how you've understated budgets, how you've overstated expenses, and all the lies you've told us to justify taking money away from us without cause. So you come up with projects, you schedule and budget those projects, then you talk to me about raising fees to fund those projects. In 2013-14, you got approval for a 10% increase, as you call it, but it wasn't a 10% increase. It was 10% per year, year over year for 5 years. And you wasted that $10 million. Now you're talking about raising $30 million in 5 years, and you've only identified $10 million in projects for water and sewer. And finally, let me explain to you in the time I have left that break-fix maintenance documented costs 5 to 10 times as much as preventative maintenance. And you, the council, and the staff have been negligent for 10 years not doing anything. So your preventative maintenance program would have cost us 1/5 to 1/10 as much money as you're now proposing to fix things after the fact. And I will continue to present details, dollars, and where this shit is coming from over the next 10 council meetings if that's what it takes to get this fixed, because you are not following the law for the City of Cerritos Charter. You're trying to dig this in without going through normal channels by using Prop 218. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stallings. And I will let you know I agreed with some of the things you said. But I do wish that we wouldn't be so personal with individuals on the city council. We can have a you can please share. I'm thankful to you, Mr. Stallings, for sharing a public comment. Thank you. And I do want to point out that the delta for the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts is nowhere near $10 million. Peter Drew, can you tell us what the delta for the CCPA is for the 25-26 fiscal year? Can you please tell us what the delta is for the 25-26 fiscal year?
We'll just need 1 minute, sir, to look up that information.
And and I've stated this, I get surprised when people want to attack the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts on why is the city subsidizing it when I agree. Thank you. I agree. We talk about the CCPA here in the Cerritos City Council. But I do want to point out that the Cerritos Library is subsidized significantly more every year than the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts. So, according to the budget, it does. And so I gladly will go over it with you, Mr. Stallings, the deltas for the CCPA and the library.
If you guys are transparent, there won't have to be any. But I had to go all the way
Okay.
to campaign financing funding to solve the last problem 14 years ago.
But I also want to point out that it's not a violation of the Brown Act for council members to meet with the public individually.
Not unless they're solving or discussing this council's
No,
business.
the Brown Act prevents a majority of the council from discussing city business outside of a meeting. And that's not what any of us do. We don't violate the Brown Act by 3 or 4 or 5 of us having meetings outside of the city council. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stallings. Okay, next we have Deborah Berry.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Berry. I'm not going to give my address since there's like people threatening me in this room. I have lived in Cerritos a long time. Okay, so I'm speaking in support of the proposed water increase. Most of us agree that for one thing, our water infrastructure needs funding. The real question is how much, how fast, and from what source. The water system must be self-supporting. Using general funds to subsidize rates is not sustainable. Every dollar diverted from the general fund is a dollar not available for parks, libraries, public safety, and community programs. And when rates are kept artificially low, heavy users don't pay their fair share. Instead, the entire community bears the burden of subsidized costs. When Cerritos residents, many of our residents are seniors and on fixed incomes, like my own mother who has been a resident in this city when she purchased her home as a new build in 1971. Now I'm also raising my children here in Cerritos. Past councils have kept rates artificially low, so residents have benefited for years paying below market water rates. That was never sustainable. The longer we wait, the more expensive the repairs become, and the heavier burden for future generations. There's been so much misinformation online, and I want to make sure that the facts are clear. This rate increase has absolutely nothing to do with pensions. It has absolutely nothing to do with the CPA, and it is not about unrelated general fund costs. It is about properly funding the water system. Just as water revenue cannot be legally used for general services, sales and property taxes should not be used to subsidize an aging water system. I implore the council to make the responsible choice, unlike past councils, and many of you were on past councils. You did not act. We are in this problem because the council did not act. Our rates should have gone up years ago. The longer we wait, the worse it's going to be. And I get that many of these people in the room won't even be around to see what's going to happen 20, 30 years from now, but I will be, hopefully, and my kids will be. And we think the rates are high now. Think about how they're going to be in 30 years, right? I have a few more minutes, so I wasn't going to address this, but I will, because the online toxicity around this issue, the toxic environment, the visceral response, the name calling. I don't know any of you. I've never come down to the council until I had the Cerritos Public Square online attacking me for being a public servant. You know, you're attacking people's pension. These are our teachers, our firefighters, engineers. When did you guys all get an engineering degree? These people have experienced.
Please let her speak.
The
You had your 5 minutes. You had your 5 minutes. She's having her 5 minutes.
I like my time.
Cut the time. Stop the time. Curtis, you had your 5 minutes, please. You had your 5 minutes, please. She gets her 5 minutes, please. No personal attacks. No personal attacks, please.
I didn't.
Okay, stop the clock. Hold on. Let's close the door.
Look,
You know, Cerritos is better than this. We don't need to personally attack each other. Let's discuss the issue, the facts, the reasons. Okay, no personal attacks, please. Okay.
Before I even came to the Planning Commission to hear the report, there was already people attacking me online because I tried to defend another public servant. And it just makes me sick, the fact that these people are attacking public employees. It's disgusting. And so I tried to lend what I know in terms of accounting and in terms of how government works. But at the end of the day, just because you don't understand something does not mean it's a con. Just because you don't understand the way government accounting works does not mean it's wrong. This is a public agency. The records are completely open to anybody who wants to make a public records request. The financial statements are available online. The staff gives very thorough reports to the council that are available to read. There is nothing nefarious going on. And so it just makes me so sick that these people are so, anti-government that they just can't see beyond their own nose. And further, they're worried about the $100, even the $1,200. I get it. Nobody wants the rates to go up. But I also don't want to be playing quadruple 20 years from now because we didn't make the right decisions that should have been already made. We are here because of the fail of this council in the past to prioritize and make the right hard decisions. They were weak and they did not stand up for what was right. And I implore you, ignore the noise, do what's right, not for these guys, but for our kids who we hopefully will live here 20, 30 years from now. Thanks.
Thank you, Deborah Berry. And my kids are living here now. So, okay, so, City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text, unredacted copies of the 2 written comments submitted by the deadline for item 5B. Requests for copies of the written comments can be made to the office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Okay, and I read those 2 written comments, and I disagree. The second written comment appears to be an agenda item number 6. It does not deal at all with water and sewer rates, water and sewer system reliability and long-term infrastructure needs. It's relating to additional revenue by billboards. So let's recategorize that for agenda item number 6. Okay, let the record reflect that. So the one public comment that was submitted, the written comment that was submitted, it was submitted by Catherine Pasquale. Water and sewer system reliability and long-term infrastructure needs. I would like to first thank the Public Works Department for meeting with me and helping me better understand the numbers and data behind our water and sewer system costs and infrastructure status. Our city was largely built out in a relatively short period of time, and our infrastructure is aging. It is important that we not only do necessary and urgent repairs as things fail, but that we are proactive instead of reactive. Being proactive means that we refurbish or replace our water and sewer infrastructure before it fails. This takes money now. It is also necessary that our water and sewer system have a maintenance fund for ongoing and future maintenance and improvements. That fund is starting from nothing right now. While nobody likes their bills getting more expensive, I see that we are dealing with something that has been building for years and needs to be dealt with now. If we don't deal with it right away, the fixes needed will only become more expensive and more urgent. The rate increases are covering the cost of the water, completing deferred maintenance that has been neglected, and filling up a maintenance fund for the future. I am hoping that in 5 years, that fund is full and the deferred maintenance and upgrades are done, and we can re-examine the water and sewer rates. But for now, we need to solve this urgent problem. The reason the current increase is so large is because increases have not happened along the way in the past decade, kicking the problem down the road and resulting in a more expensive fix now. We cannot continue to put this off. Water and sewer agencies are supposed to be self-sustaining. They are not to produce a profit for the city, but they certainly should not be a strain on our general fund. Thank you, Catherine Pasquale. Do we have any additional questions from the council? Councilmember Hong?
Not at this moment. Thank you.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Polito?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Linda Johnson?
None at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I was looking at my notes. So one thing is, thank you, Mr. Van der Linden, for speaking in public comment. I wanted to please inform you and the public that that work that was on Pioneer a couple of weeks ago, that was the Los Angeles County, that was the Los Angeles County pipelines. And the Los Angeles County was the one that was doing work on Pioneer where those pipes were above the ground. And the city was aware of that, and we were communicating with them daily to make sure our residents were inconvenienced as little as possible, and our residents were safe. The other thing is, Mr. Papa, the question that Benjamin Au asked about water revenue, did you have anything additional to say regarding that based on your knowledge of water usage in our city?
I can
That
just
you've determined over the last, for the time you've been here, or you don't have anything to add to that? Because we heard from the financial side, but from the public works side, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, sir. I have a little bit of context to add. So I'd say from 2011 to 2017, we're in an extended period of drought in the state of California. So during that time, a lot of the water usage went down. There were laws that were in place to tell residents to irrigate less, to turn off their water. There were also a lot of incentives to change the water use. So we had turf replacement rebates. We had rebates to replace your irrigation with water efficient irrigation. There were rebates for water efficient watering machines, water efficient toilets. And then there was a huge education campaign with regards to water conservation. So I would say at the beginning of 2012, when staff at the time planned on certain revenues coming in, the behavior of the residents, their water usage behavior was different from what was originally planned. And that was a combination of the climate, combination of legislation that was passed, and a combination of just cities trying to make do with the water that was available. And so at that time, the water usage went down. And when the behavior of the residents, they went through the drought, they lowered their water usage. A lot of their water usage didn't go back up. So those revenues also did not go back up. Because once you get water efficient irrigation, low flow toilets, you have a lower baseline and you're continuously using lower amounts of water. And so that was partly what I see that has impacted the revenues and caused them to be lower than originally planned. And that sometimes happens when you're trying to predict so far into the future.
Thank you for adding that context. And also, even though this is an informational report on a status update on water and sewer system reliability and long-term infrastructure needs, City Attorney, was it your job, your role, your responsibility as the City of Cerritos Attorney to make sure that the City of Cerritos and the City Council and the City Manager were in full compliance with state law Proposition 218?
Yes, we went over the process and the procedures for water and sewer rate increase, the requirements of the law, and everything with respect to water rate and sewer rate increases were followed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so unless my council colleagues have any other questions or comments, we'll move on to item number 6. Public comment. Item number 6, public comment. Thank you for your attendance at tonight's meeting. State law and our local rules do not support the use of profanity, hateful speech, or activity that disrupts the conduct of this city business meeting. If necessary, I will issue an initial warning and call for a recess to restore order. After that, the chamber may be cleared if disruption continues. The following comments pertain to all public comment periods on tonight's agenda. I will open public comments at the appropriate times on the agenda. Please be prepared to approach the podium and begin your comments at the time you are called. Public comments should be directed to the City Council and made only from the podium during your turn. Please respect each speaker and refrain from any disruptive behavior or speech during their comment time. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Agenda item 6, public comments, should be limited to items on the consent calendar, closed session, and items not listed on the agenda, but that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Prior to tonight's meeting, the City Council received full text unredacted copies of 2 written comments submitted by the deadline for item 6. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the office of the City Clerk during regular business hours. I will now open for item 6 public comments, and we're now going to go to public comment. I've explained what items pertain to public comment for item number 6. We've already discussed item number 5B, which is the water and sewer system reliability and long-term infrastructure needs, which we gave as a separate item. So first we have Deborah Berry. Is she not here? Okay, so Deborah Berry, not here. Okay, we have Robert Chevelle. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chevelle. Michael Seastrunk. Michael Seastrunk. Okay, Samar Malouf.
Good evening, Mayor, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
I'm not talking about sewer and water. I know you're doing a good job, but I want to talk about safety on our streets again. But this time it was very bad. Like 4 days ago, I was sitting outside, putting food for the cats, and this woman, she came and she was going so fast on Pine Creek, and she hit one cat. So she kept on going. I ran after her, stop, stop. She didn't stop. So what I looked at, the most distinctive on her car, it's a handicap on her license plate and number 2. And she left. My ring recorded everything. So because I was screaming and, yelling, my daughter, she came out. She came out and she said, Mama, what happened? And I said, this woman, she hit a cat. Let's go look for the cat. So what happened, 10 minutes later, this car came. I told Stephanie, if this car has a license plate, handicap, and 2, she's the one who hit the cat. So she came, and it was her. So we told her, stop, you just hit the cat. And she said, no. I said, yeah, we have you on ring. And she said, no. And we took a picture of her license plate, and Stephanie was telling her to go. She didn't want to go. She stayed in the middle of the street. So what happened, we went across the street looking for the cat, facing our house. And this woman, she called her husband. Her husband came. He parked his car next to my mailbox. And instead of going to his wife to see what's going on, for a decent, citizen, if she hit the cat, she can stop and she say, what happened? I will see what's going on. So this man, he came to us. He wanted to push me. So my daughter, she came in the middle to protect me. He spit in her face and he pushed her. So when we saw this, I had to call the police. And the police came and we showed him everything on our neck. And this is ridiculous. And I've been telling everybody about the speed. The speedometer is not helping. The sheriff is giving lots of tickets. And thank you for putting this. But it's not helping us at all. I mean, we're looking for humps like every other street in every city. This will help us because, I'm tired of coming all the time here. And, you were out of town. And when I told Trisha that somebody killed a cat, and the guts were out, and they left her and they were gone. So my neighbor took the cat and put him on a cardboard and covered him. And then for 2 days, I've been calling, the whatever, to come and pick the cat, and nobody, they laughed in my face, and nobody came to pick up. So I had to call Trisha, I'm sorry. I had to call Trisha, and Trisha, she called them 2 days in a row, and the third day they came and pick up. My daughter had to cover it with plastic trash bag with the hard drain that we had. I don't know what to do. We want probably signs that it says 25 miles per hour with the solar, that it blink in everybody's eyes.
Okay. So, Samar, your time's up. Can
I
you
know.
finish your point, please?
I know. So that's it. Next step, I don't know what to do. They just removed a week ago the speedometer.
I will get back to you. The city will get back to you.
Please.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Samar. Stephen Stallings.
Excuse me. I've already introduced myself. I'll make this brief. We've already talked about the water issue. Mayor Yokoyama, I heard you ask just a moment ago to the city attorney whether or not you are in compliance of 218. I heard that, and I understand that. So my question is, and you'll have to get back to us with an answer, how are you rectifying that? Because that's in violation of the City of Cerritos charter that says you cannot raise fees to residents on services without a direct cost impact. So you can't just estimate that you might end up spending $10 million on repairs and then raise our rates proactively. You must, according to the city charter, even if it doesn't apply to 218, explain exactly what the costs are that you're justifying those rate increases with, and you have not done that. Your predecessors took our money and didn't act. Now you want our money proactively, and there's no guarantee you'll act, and it's in violation of the city charter, even if you're in compliance with 218.
Okay. Thank you for your public comment, Mr. Stallings. City Attorney, are you able to respond to Mr. Stallings' public comment?
Yes, there was a water rate and sewer rate study that identified critical projects. This was brought to the city's attention on multiple occasions and public hearings. And on October 27th, at that public hearing, the water and sewer rate study was presented along with the actual costs of the critical projects in the amount of $23 million per the city council direction. And as a result of that and the cost of water as well as the operations, there was a rate two rates, the water and sewer rate that were being proposed. And so all of that is in compliance with both Prop 218 as well as the city charter. And the rate study is publicly available online on the website, and it details the amounts that are required.
Excuse me, I didn't use all of my 3 minutes. I'd like to ask a follow-up question, but I'm not trying to be...
I'll allow it. Go ahead, please, Mr. Stallings.
If 23 million is what that study comprised, over the next 5 years, you're going to raise 9.8 million from us by increasing our rates by 400%. And then on an ongoing basis, you're going to be charging us $20 million a year in perpetuity without any justification for that. So if you've got $23 million worth of projects set out and you're going to do them over the next 5 years, fine, charge us. But if you're going to charge us an additional $20 million a year from then on, that's illegal. And you can't tell me that you might reevaluate rates in the future. You have to have a plan set out that protects us from that kind of overtaxation.
Thank you, Mr. Stallings. Daisy Lagasca.
Hello again. So this is the reason why I'm here. I am working supposed to be tonight, but I called in just because of this. Did you guys see where is Alfred Reyes is? What commission is that one? Anyway, he is your, Linda, he is your appointee. You are just saying that, oh, I encourage residents to talk to me. So I hope you are encouraging your appointees to be nice to the residents when they are talking, to please listen to them. Did anybody who's seen when Robert
Please
talked-
talk to the council.
Okay.
Please talk to the council.
Okay, Mayor, did you see how Alfred Reyes treated not Robert Lopez, but the other Robert, when he speak? He is the only one speaker in that meeting. He's the only one, and he was asking for 5 minutes, and he did not granted it. And did you see how he answered him? That was so embarrassing. I have my neighbor called me, and she was like, Daisy, did you see this one? You know, 3 of you are Filipinos like me. It is so embarrassing that your appointee is treating the resident like that. You know, just be nice. Don't be rude. It's because you are there sitting. It's because I'm not you, but he was there sitting, and then the way he answered, that he's a jerk. I don't even know him, but you know, when I saw that video, that was like, as in our words, nakakaya. It's so embarrassing. We are Filipinos, and we're supposed to be treating our resident, you know, like with respect. How many Filipinos in the commission? There's a lot. I just hope that your appointees, we're going to treat the residents with respect too. You know, why didn't he not just say, I'm sorry, you get only 3 minutes? Did you see how he did? Please watch the video. Thank you.
Like you said you don't know him.
I know, but
You said
I saw the video.
you said you don't know him. I know Al Reyes. He's a good man. He's a good man.
I don't know who he is, but I'm
Like you said, you don't know who he is. He is a good man. C.W. Vanderlinden. You said you don't know him.
Yeah, but the way he treated, that's my question. The way he treated the speaker.
Okay, you left the podium. C.W. Vanderlinden. Thank you, sir.
Well, I don't have to reintroduce myself. I just want to make an observation, and that nothing to do with all the stuff that we talked about today. But I wonder, did the city get any kind of information from the California Electric Company when they developed and built on the power plant right on Bloomfield across from the city park, when they added all the transformers to it, to that whole open area? I don't know really when it all took place, but in the last couple of weeks I noticed it. And all that additional equipment creates radiation. Did they ever submit it to you folks, what the radiation levels are now since they added all that equipment? You know that the radiation causes cancer. And I tell you, we had in our neighborhood now a lot of cancer. I'm not saying it comes from that location, but I'm just curious, did they submit it, new facts, what the radiation levels are now from that plant? Because they added a lot of equipment. Thank you.
Mr. Vanderlinden, thank you for your public comment. Are we able to answer that question of Mr. Vanderlinden's now? Or do we have to
No.
get back to him?
We would have to look into it, sir, which we will.
Okay, well, we'll look into it and get back to you, Mr. Vanderlinden. Thank you for your public comment. Kirit Chauhan? Mr. Chauhan, I did not forget about you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Council, now let's talk about money. So I know there are numbers that are manufactured, but I went to the CAFR report from last year, and at least it finalizes a set of numbers, something we can work on. I know there's a lot of noise online, but CCPA expenses $10,935,670, charges 528, and on second page, on page 20 of the report, it shows a delta. So the numbers are very precise. So we lose money for water and sewer to the tune of $4.48 million, as reported by 24 here. Electric utility, 937,000, call it $1 million. And we also lose money on reclaimed water. But our norms for this city are very, very different. We have lists of exceptions, practices that we've played for a number of years. This is why the changing of the formula is so upsetting. So when we talk about using monies for certain aspects only, I wasn't around when the city was created, but I did move into it. When you talk about assets, where did the city get an investment portfolio of $149 million? It didn't come out of magic. You took money out of one pot and put it in another one. So it's time you use some of it. What is the point of putting money in a bank that yields you 2%, 3%, and you have an infrastructure project, which I'm sorry to say, the inflation, you can call it 4%, but when it comes to durable products or parts, it's probably running 20 or 30%. So what I'm asking you is for you to front the money for the projects and pay it over time. How do you do that? You can do it one of two ways. I ask for a flat increase, one. That will yield you $6 million over the, and these are calculations that have been done. Yes, it will take a long time. The second one is this notion of a sales tax. What if you took the sales tax and you reserve 60% of whatever you get, it goes directly to pay that? In essence, we're borrowing from ourselves to pay for the critical infrastructure that we need for water and use the funds that we have. There is no point in putting $100 million in this pathetic investment. And I'm saying pathetic because that's what you have to do by law.
Thank you, Carrot. You want to finish your point?
The finishing point is this. How many bank accounts do you have to run to put this money away when you're limited to $250,000? Good grief. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirit Chauhan. So we had two written comments. Stephen Shea asked, has the city council looked into installing electronic billboards along the 91 and 605 freeways to generate additional revenue for the city? Mr. Shea, Stephen Shea, and the answer to that is yes. I have been working on that with the city manager, and we've been looking into the possibility of getting additional revenue for the city, installing electronic billboards along the 605 freeway, just like a number of our neighboring cities have electronic billboards along the 605 and the 91 freeway and the 5 freeway and the 405 freeway. So we are looking into that. So thank you for asking, Mr. Shea. And then Mr. Shea submitted a second written comment. What is the status on phase 3 license plate readers and when will they be installed? Mr. City Manager, can you answer that question?
Yes, the phase 3 readers have been ordered, and so the process is underway. I don't have yet an ETA for when they'll be installed, but the process has begun for under the current fiscal year budget.
Yeah, we need to have a better answer. They've been ordered, so please have a plan on getting those ALPRs, those automatic license plate readers, and let's be ready and prepared to install them and not having them sitting around when we get them.
I'll defer to Deputy City Manager Ryan Carey, who has additional information.
Okay, thank you, Ryan.
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. We've been in contact with the vendor. They've received the purchase order. We've asked them to expedite the delivery of the ALPRs hardware. Our Public Works team has worked with the LASD team to make sure that the sites that are identified are suitable and ready to go. And so we do anticipate delivery and installation hopefully by the end of January.
By the end of January, that's next month. All right. I won't seeing no other speakers. I will now close the public comment period. Item 7, consent calendar. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Okay, it was moved by Mayor Pro Tem Linda Johnson, seconded by Councilmember Mark Polito. Let's vote.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Next item is item 8A. Does anybody, council members and hardworking city staff, do you want to take a short break or do you want to keep going? We have people here. We have important stakeholders and partners and friends here, so we will continue on item 8A. Mr. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Our first public hearing, item 8A, is a proposed rezoning of several properties in accordance with the city's adopted housing element. The presentation this evening will be given by Advanced Planning Manager Sabrina Chan. Following her presentation, she and our members of our team will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. As briefly touched upon by City Manager Lopez, the item before you tonight is related to the rezoning of 3 sites identified in the city's approved 2021 to 2029 housing element, sites A, 7, and B, to remain in compliance with state housing law and to allow for the potential future development of housing. To facilitate the rezoning on the 3 housing element sites, staff is proposing Development Code Amendment 2025-1, General Plan Amendment 2025-1, and Development Map Amendment 2025-1. The 3 entitlements mentioned will be referred to as collective entitlements for the purposes of this presentation. At this time, I would like to direct your attention to the screen for a brief presentation. The collective entitlements are proposed to ensure that the city remains in compliance with state housing law. Through the collective entitlements, the existing uses of each sites which are shown on the screen, will remain, and the rezoning would allow for an additional use of housing to be permitted. This administrative action would establish development standards and guidelines for any potential future housing development to ensure minimal impacts to adjacent surrounding uses. It is important to note that tonight's actions focus on administrative procedure and no actual development is being proposed. In order to facilitate the rezoning, DCA 2025-1 establishes 3 separate area development plans, ADP 18, ADP 19, and ADP 21, to allow for the existing commercial or industrial uses to remain while also allowing for residential uses, and establishes site-specific development standards for each site. GPA 2025-1 changes the land use designation of Site A from community commercial to ADP 18, Site 7 from light industrial to ADP 19, and Site B from regional commercial to ADP 21 in order to maintain consistency between the city's general plan and housing element. And DMA 2025-1 changes the zoning designation of Site A from neighborhood commercial CN to ADP 18, Site 7 from industrial M to ADP 19, and Site B from regional commercial CR to ADP 21 to reflect the newly established ADPs. These proposed amendments are exempt from CEQA, and extensive public outreach was conducted throughout the housing element update process. For tonight's public hearing notices were published and posted 10 days prior in accordance with state law. The collective entitlements have been prepared in direct support of implementation of the city's housing element and consistent with the goals and policies within the city's general plan. On November 5th, 2025, the Planning Commission reviewed the collective entitlements for ADP 18, 19, and 21 and recommended approval by the City Council by a vote of 5-0. The collective entitlements are being presented to the City Council tonight for consideration as first reading, and if approved this evening, will be presented to the City Council on January 12th, 2026 for second reading and adoption with implementation beginning February 11th, 2026. At this time, it is recommended that the City Council approve DCA 2025-1, GPA 2025-1, and DMA 2025-1, as well as recommend authorization of the city manager or his designee to make any additional edits to ADP 18, 19, and 21 at an administrative level as required by HCD in order to remain in compliance with state housing law and retain state certification of the city's 2021 to 2029 housing element. Before I end the presentation tonight, I wanted to thank the city's housing element consultant team from RRM Design Group. They have been instrumental in the city's success in ensuring compliance with state housing law and maintaining the city's certification of its housing element. At this time, staff is available to answer any questions that the city council may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that report, Sabrina Chan. And thank you for your team that put together this agenda report. Kristen Aguila, Ryan Carey, Amanda Acuna, Sabrina Chan, and Mary Balderrama. City manager, did we check that that the city council is not does not live too close to any of these areas that are being considered?
Yes, we verified that none of the properties in question are in a conflict of interest.
Yeah. We just need to make sure that the city, all 5 of us, are able to hear this matter based on where we live in connection to these areas that are being considered in this agenda report. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the council? Jennifer Hong, Councilmember Hong?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Say?
Just one quick question. Do we have any proposed buyer of this couple property?
We've been in discussion throughout the development of the housing element process with existing property owners of the various properties. There have been some development entities that have talked to members of our community development team about possible development opportunities, but we don't have any specific applications at this time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Polito? Any questions on item 8A?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, with regard to Site B, the northwest area of Los Cerritos Center, is there any updates that you'd like to give to us from your communications with the property owner there?
Yes, Site B is owned by Macerich. That's the Los Cerritos Center, the portion of Los Cerritos Center that's occupied by the former Sears. We have been in continuous discussions with Macerich over the past several years about opportunities. They have been supportive of this rezoning, and they are in discussions with prospective residential development entities to create a mixed-use environment on that property, which would include a combination of apartments as well as retail and other uses. We don't have specifics yet to report at this time, but those discussions are continuing to progress, and we hope to have items to present in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, and I appreciate that these communications are ongoing with Macerich. I know that residents are very interested to see something happen there. It's been far too long that that property has been laid vacant. It's an eyesore and really a missed opportunity. And I'm pleased that we're moving forward. Tonight's agenda item included. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, any questions?
None at this time.
Okay, I will now open the public hearing and public comments on this item. Item 8A, Stephen Stalling. Is Stephen Stalling here or in the lobby and wants to speak on this item still? Okay, then let's move on. City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text and redacted copies of the one written comment submitted by the deadline for item 8A. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Yes, so that written comment was submitted by Catherine Pasquale. Development Code Amendment 2025-1. I am in full support of rezoning the 3 sites for housing development. Thank you to the Planning Department for your thorough work and for holding community meetings. Thank you to the Planning Commission for approving this plan. California has a severe housing shortage, and our city needs to do its part to approve and allow for more housing to be built. As an executive board member for the ABC Federation of Teachers, I am strongly in favor of anything that can bring more families to the area as our local schools face a declining enrollment crisis. Our city has a responsibility to be part of the housing solution for the region and the state to try to get closer to meeting our housing element commitment. These sites were part of our housing element, and we have 4 years left to build housing under that agreement. So I hope this moves quickly. Additional housing would help families with children to be able to afford to live in our area. As a millennial, I encourage the City Council to approve this change in code/zoning. Thank you, Catherine Pasquale. I will now close the public comment period and the public hearing. Does the council have any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Hong.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Say. Councilmember Polito.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Ms. Pasquale for her written comments. And it brings me to ask a question on table 3 of the report, page 5. For each of the sites, A, 7, and B, it talks about state-approved total residential capacity, 72 units, 1,427 units, and 375 units respectively. Do we know, and it may be in the report, but this is really just a question that has been prompted by the point that Ms. Pasquale made as an educational leader in our community. And here's an opportunity to build more housing to address the housing shortage in our state and in our community in order to alleviate the issue of declining enrollment in our local schools. So I'm wondering, of these units, if it's been determined or if it will be determined later, how many rooms would be in these units? Are they 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, or would they be 3 bedrooms that would allow for school-aged children to occupy these with their parents? That would then result in the increase in enrollment for our local school district, which would bring additional revenue for our school district, which I think would be helpful and reverse the trend that has resulted in the closure of schools, 2 of which have been closed in, it's been decided to close them here in the city of Cerritos. So, Mr. City Manager, if you could address it, or Ms. Chan, if you could address that. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to defer to Ms. Chan to begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Polito. Yes, so the area development plans, what we're proposing tonight, only restricts perhaps density to allow for these units. So it would be up to the developer to propose the types of units they would like: 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. A lot of times how many bedrooms are proposed are defined by the market constraints, their profitability, et cetera. Here in Cerritos, we have a very strong school. Schools are one of the reasons why people move here. So I would imagine when developers come in, they have that in mind, where they do want to attract, who are they wanting to attract so that they can build units to sell or rent or whatnot.
Okay. I appreciate that. Mr. City Manager, could you then recommend to us at what point in the conversation we need to presses issue, or is this really on staff to work with potential developers in order to encourage them to propose developments that would have, 3-bedroom options so that it would attract families with school-age children to reside in the area? And, and to be honest, I'm looking at this, and I doubt that they would probably reside in Site B, which would be above moderate income units. And also, there's only 72 units proposed at Site A. And when I look at Site 7, that is on the far northeastern quadrant, if you will, of the city, far from schools. But, of course, the school district would have bus transportation. And if there were an opportunity there to have a significant amount of units that would have 3 or 4 bedroom options, then we might be able to address the issue of declining enrollment. So my question is, at what point can we engage in the process, or is that something that we delegate to the staff in order to discuss with potential developers?
Yes, I can also add to that and say that we have over the years had conversations knowing that the topic of school enrollment has been a longstanding issue in the community, and that it does help to address that issue with additional housing units. We have had those conversations with prospective developers, and I can say with certainty that, for example, under Site A, which is medium density, because of the size of the property, and the scale and what we've proposed in the proposed zoning code, it would lend to a townhome style development, which generally comes with a higher bedroom count, 3, maybe 4 bedrooms in some configurations. And so staff would work with the developers to relay and to emphasize that on behalf of the city council. Other projects, like for example, the Site B at Los Cerritos Center, the conversations we've had with Macerich and what we propose in the zoning would likely lend to a development similar to ARIA in terms of scale. We have asked in conversations with Macerich and their partners to have higher bedroom counts already, but we don't have a specific plan yet. But those discussions have already been happening, knowing those priorities in the community to increase enrollment.
Okay. I also have a follow-up question, because now I'm a little concerned about that the potential for developing housing with higher bedroom count would be in Site 7, and that one of the closest schools to that site has just been decided to be closed, and that's Stowers Elementary. So I'm wondering, to what extent was there communication between the city of Cerritos and the ABC Unified School District when they were making the decision in order to close Stowers Elementary, if we already knew that we were going to be developing said 1,427 units of affordable housing that could solve that problem. And actually, Stowers wasn't even an issue of declining enrollment. In fact, it had full enrollment because of the great programs there. So I'm just concerned about the lack of communication between the agencies, where the decisions that we make can help that agency deal with its problem, a significant problem which is tied to their funding. And I'm also wondering if the school district reached out to the city to find out how we could actually address this. I'm glad that the vice president of the teachers union thought it important enough to weigh in and contribute her opinion on this, and I'm glad that she's in support of this. But this just seems like a missed opportunity if communication did not happen. I suspect it did not happen, but if someone knows otherwise, please let me know.
So I can share that we have had several conversations with the school district, myself, and with the district superintendent and other members of the team. But as part of the housing element development process, there were additional conversations, and I'll defer to Ms. Aguilar to provide a summary of those.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Communications with the ABC School District began when we were preparing the housing element. The school district was a stakeholder. Stakeholder interviews were conducted, and really we're a partner in the preparation of the housing element. The City Council may recall recently, a couple months ago, a project on Clarkdale came before both the Planning Commission and the City Council for the construction of 5 new single-family homes and 5 ADUs. And that project came forth when the discussions with the school district were being had regarding school closures. At that time, myself as well as staff had several conversations with the school district, not only about the Clarkdale homes, but also the entitlements before you this evening and the great potential that these entitlements will bring for prospective enrollment. And the city received support from the school district for both these the entitlements before you under item 8A and 8B, as well as those Clarkdale homes. So we have had continue and ongoing communications with the school district throughout the entire housing element process and the entitlements before you today, and through our partnership with them, have received the school district support for just that, the decline in enrollment in the city at the local schools.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Aguilar. I appreciate that communications were ongoing. It just, begs the question why they proceeded with closing Stowers when that's one of the closest schools, if not the closest school to Site 7. Where were they intending to have the students who potentially would be living at the new housing, the proposed housing at Site 7? Which schools were they hoping that they would go to? Because if you close the closest school and the other schools that are, bless you, that are close to it are also pretty well enrolled, then you're talking about a lot of bus trips, long further bus trips to other parts of the district, which seems like doesn't really make a lot of sense. That would increase bus trips as well as vehicular trips of parents dropping their kids on the other side of town, if not in town, probably to other schools that need the enrollment. So it just seems like there's a missed opportunity, and I'm wondering if we could intentionally communicate with the school district that, hey, we're proceeding to rezone and build the housing units that were required by the state. Perhaps the school district might want to reconsider the action it took, because, if they close the school, then why would families want to locate there, even if it is affordable housing? If it doesn't make sense about having their child not go to a neighborhood school, but have to go clear across the school district in order to attend a school. So they may have missed the opportunity to realize new revenue and through new enrollment. While we're doing our part, maybe we need to intentionally let them know that you might want to reconsider. Any thoughts?
The school district does have published maps of the schools and what properties within the district are zoned to various schools. It appears that from the current map, which those maps can change over time, but based on the current map, Site 7 in the housing element would be zoned to Gonzalez Elementary. I believe, in terms as the crow flies, that school is the closest, and Stowers being, it looks like the next closest. But as these developments happen, as development patterns change and populations change, those district boundaries, the school boundaries can evolve over time.
Yeah. And you mentioned Gonzalez, Stowers, Cerritos, Whitman. All of those are the, well-enrolled schools because they perform very well. And they have a lot of programs that other school sites don't. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense that they might close one of those top performing schools on the east side of Cerritos when there is housing that is coming down the pike. So, I mean, I'm just speaking from, the perspective of a former board member who was taking a look at declining enrollment, but I wasn't in a position in order to build housing. Correct that. There was an opportunity this community had to do a joint housing project that would be workforce housing, and that would have brought younger families that would have increased enrollment. But thanks to NIMBYism, and for homeowners associations backed by a lawsuit, we missed that opportunity. And then we shifted to senior housing instead, which would not solve the problem of declining enrollment in our schools. So again, it's really frustrating to know that we're working really hard to try and solve these bigger issues. But right here in our own community, we just missed an opportunity. And this is what I see. And it was revealed, thank you, by an educator who happens to be, have an engineering background. So she understands, the opportunity here. And so I commend her for giving this input, because it has opened up my eyes to something that we, right in front of our nose. I think it was mentioned earlier that sometimes the answer is right in front of our nose and we don't even see it. So I'd appreciate it if, the communications that have been ongoing, that they say, hey, you might want to reconsider. And in fact, if they feel, well, it's like it's already been done, and, the Board of Education discussed it and decided, and we went through all of this. Hey, if we missed an opportunity and now we see a potential, it could be a win-win, not just for two agencies, but to the families. Think about it. 1,427 units. Can you imagine how many families, lives we would change if they came here? Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
None at this time.
do we have a motion?
Oh, can I
I
have one
move to
question?
approve recommendation by the Planning Commission,
Second.
items 1 through 5.
Can I have one question before?
Yes, you can have a question, Councilmember Hong.
Yes, thank you. I guess I have a question about this rezoning, because I think this is what we have to do it, and I agree with it. And I think we did a very good, thorough study. But with the case of South Street and Bloomfield, we are having a town hall meeting and we have a lot of objection. Would that be also applying to one of these zoning changes or not? Because it's a lot of work and for the city staff, I understand that. But we're trying to listen to our residents' input, and then at the end, they feel like, oh, our input doesn't mean anything because we have to do that, So I don't know if this is also related to that same situation.
City Manager, is the property on the corner of South Street and Bloomfield related to this agenda item?
No, Mayor. 8A refers to several properties in the city, but the property on South and Bloomfield is under agenda item 8B.
Any other
All right,
questions,
next.
Councilmember
Okay.
Hong?
No, thank you.
Okay. So it was moved by,
Mayor,
Yes,
real quick.
Councilmember Say,
I
you
just
could-
want
you
to
could
say,
say something.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to say thanks to Robert, our city manager. Thanks him approach this ABC school districts. I did ask some questions. Just Councilmember Polito said exactly the maps under the Gonzalez. So possible closed hours will be next year. So we still can talk to them. They're still working on that. Just want to let you know.
Yeah, there's time.
Yeah, they can be done. Yeah. Thank you, manager. Thank you for approaching it. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, I will also point out that the City Council has received invitations from the ABC School Board to meet with them, and some of us have accepted those invitations.
Good.
Okay, it was moved by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson to approve the Planning Commission recommendation of 1 through 5. And who seconded it?
Second. I second it.
Who did you hear, City Clerk?
I first heard Councilmember Polito.
Okay, so it's seconded by Councilmember Polito. Let's vote. Item 8B. Oh, go ahead, City Clerk. You need to announce something.
The motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. Item 8B. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you. Item 8B also deals with rezoning, and it's regarding one particular property located on the southwest corner of South Street and Bloomfield Avenue. The overview of this item will be presented by Advanced Planning Manager Sabrina Chan, and following her presentation, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you this evening is the rezoning of a commercial property located on the southwest corner of Bloomfield Avenue and South Street to allow for both commercial uses and/or low-medium density residential uses through the creation of Area Development Plan 20. The shopping center is currently largely vacant and owned by a single property owner developer. While no application for a housing development has been submitted for design review by the city, the property has been identified as having a high potential for an Assembly Bill 2011 eligible housing project, which is the impetus for this zone change. The rezoning is proposed to be facilitated by 3 entitlement actions: Development Code Amendment 2025-2, General Plan Amendment 2025-2, Development Map Amendment 2025-2, and the completion of a mitigated negative declaration in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. At this time, I would like to turn your attention to the screen for my presentation. Assembly Bill 2011 requires cities to ministerially approve eligible affordable housing on commercially zoned properties, with limited ability by the city to impose development standards or allow for public review. Based on staff's review of the legislation, it was determined that the commercial shopping center, located at the southwest corner of Bloomfield Avenue and South Street, had one of the highest and most realistic potentials for housing project submittal under AB 2011. The property is outlined in yellow on the screen. In light of AB 2011's implications, it is recommended that the city take preemptive action to rezone to establish stringent development standards by way of ADP 20 in order to protect adjacent land uses. As part of the rezoning process, community outreach was conducted and information was made available to the public at www.cerritos.gov/rezone. The input received was considered during the development of ADP 20, with specific development standards included to address privacy, building heights, safety, density, parking, landscaping, and parking. Based on the potential for an AB 2011 project that may be submitted for this specific property, and in order to protect the adjacent uses, staff is recommending the establishment of an Area Development Plan, ADP 20, in order to create site-specific standards for any potential residential development. To do so, staff is proposing the following entitlements for consideration to the City Council: Development Code Amendment 2025-2, which creates the new Area Development Plan with site-specific standards developed to protect adjacent land uses; General Plan Amendment 2025-2, which changes the land use designation from community commercial to ADP 20, and Development Map Amendment 2025-2, which changes the zoning of the property from neighborhood commercial CN to ADP 20. For tonight's public hearing, a public hearing notice was published 10 days prior in the Los Cerritos Community News, as well as on the city's posting boards. Furthermore, in accordance with CEQA requirements, an initial study and mitigated negative declaration were prepared and circulated for public review. The study found that the proposed project will have no significant impacts on the environment, with the incorporation of specific mitigation measures primarily related to project construction, tribal monitoring of disturbed soils, and ensures that any developer follows best management practices. The entitlements are consistent with the goals and policies of the city's general plan. By establishing ADP 20, the city will be able to promote the development of housing while also preserving, promoting, and protecting the existing high-quality physical development that characterizes the city. On November 5th, 2025, the Planning Commission reviewed the collective entitlements for ADP 20 and recommended approval by the City Council by a vote of 5-0. The entitlements are being presented to the City Council tonight for consideration as first reading, and if approved this evening, will be presented to the City Council on January 12th, 2026 for second reading and adoption, with implementation beginning February 11th, 2026. At this time, it is recommended that the City Council approve and certify a mitigated negative declaration and approve Development Code Amendment 2025-2, General Plan Amendment 2025-2, and Development Map Amendment 2025-2. Before I end the presentation tonight, I wanted to thank the environmental consultant team from Kaja Environmental Services for their assistance with the environmental assessment for the administrative actions for the rezoning. At this time, staff is available to answer any questions that the City Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your report, Sabrina Chan. And thank you to the team, Kristen Aguila, Ryan Carey, Amanda Acuna, Sabrina Chan, and Marielle Angeles. Do we have any questions from the council? Councilmember Hong?
I think I have already raised my question. We have a couple town hall meeting about this project, and I hear different voices from the residents. Is this already done deal, or we're still discussing about this, or where's the status about this project?
I'll start and I can defer to other members of the team. So there have been, there's not a done deal. The decision is now before the City Council to make a decision. But there has been several public discussions. The most recent was at the Planning Commission meeting. But there have been several forms of public engagement on this project. And for that, to outline all those efforts, I'll defer to Ms. Aguila.
Hi, good evening, Councilwoman Hong. Thank you for your question. As indicated in tonight's presentation, the proposed rezoning under this item is being brought forth in response to state legislation. And in response to that state legislation, the city worked to establish zoning regulations for this site that would be in the best interest of the city, the surrounding neighborhood, the community, while providing new housing opportunities. And so with that in mind, as staff was preparing the proposed development code, the municipal code regulations before you today, we held 2 community meetings. The first was to introduce the proposed rezoning to members of the community and really to solicit input from the community. What are any concerns you might have, not only to residents who live in neighborhoods in close proximity to the subject property, but citywide. What are your concerns? We heard concerns related to privacy and security and parking and building height, et cetera. And the goal of meeting number 1 was to hear those concerns so that we can take those concerns back and we can revise the municipal code language based on those concerns. And so we did just that. We revised the regulations. I'll give you an example. We heard some concerns about privacy to adjacent homes to the south and to the west of the property. Privacy concerns that if housing is built there and there are balconies facing the south or facing the west, then I, as a single-family residential homeowner, will have somebody looking into my backyard. And so we took that feedback and we changed the regulation. And for that one specifically, that example, we wrote into the code that if there are going to be balconies, there cannot be balconies facing the southern property line or the western property line. And so that's just kind of one example. And so we revised the code language and we had a second community meeting to inform the community the adjustments made to the draft code language as a result to input received. Both community meetings were very well attended. We had about 120 at the first meeting and probably about 250 community members at that second meeting. And staff and the great team, we were willing to be there all night, and we took hours worth of questions and answers because really, this property is important. It's important to staff. It's important to the community. In addition to those community meetings, we established a dedicated website providing information to the community. That website or that web page on the city's website included frequently asked questions. It included maps, aerials, etc. We also held individual meetings with members of the community who wanted to come and meet with staff. We met at City Hall and took several phone calls and emails. And all public input, written public input that was received at the community meetings, as well as to the city's planning email, were all incorporated in consideration of developing the codes and were incorporated in the environmental analysis as part of this project. And so we really, community input and engagement has been at the forefront of creating the regulations before you today. So, and kudos to the great team for soliciting that input and as best as possible. And then that extended to, as Mr. Lopez indicated, the Planning Commission and the City Council meeting this evening that with public hearing notices posted, published in the local newspaper, posted on our city's website. The community meetings were advertised on our social media channels, et cetera. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, kind of. Yes, I understand. We have done a lot of work with this, but this is a very important lot because it is a very prime location for our city. So I understand why there are more opinions from different objections or opinions from the residents. And this is all falling in ADP 20s, right? Like a 8, right? They're all the same, about the same. That's what I'm trying to say. But it seems like because of the location, this one having a more hard time because it's prime location. So I just want to make sure we do the proper investment or building on this particular site. Because if this is all about the same, why are we not putting it at A8?
Thank you. I can go ahead and answer that. So item 8A involves sites that were required to be rezoned as part of the housing element process. And as part of the housing element process, we are required to identify sites that would be the most suitable for housing development. The City Council selected 5 sites in our housing element. But staff, as required, and the City Council, as required by the state of California, are required to continuously look at housing opportunity sites in the city of Cerritos. And so that's a daily thing. We are constantly working with property owners for the best and most viable use of a property. The subject property on Bloomfield and South Street is currently owned by a developer. It's owned by a housing developer. And so the fact that the site is owned by a housing developer makes it the most realistic potential for the assembly bill to be applied. And so I know I'm getting kind of into the nuances, but that assembly bill essentially would allow for by right housing at that subject property with no design guidelines, no regulations, no planning commission, no city council hearing. A housing developer can come in today and file an application and build a 10-story apartment building. And so the fact that the property is owned by a housing developer makes that more of a reality. And so in an effort to prevent, let's just say hypothetically, a 10-story apartment building being built at that property, creating an ADP, which is what's proposed under 8B, allows the city to solicit input from the community and control, we'll call it control, if housing was going to go there, what would the community, what would we want that to look like? We can control the maximum building height. We can control the landscaping required. We can include a requirement for it to be gated. We can control no patios facing single-family homes. And that is what we have done before you today. So we took in the input with the constraints of state housing law and are presenting forth to you a proposed area development plan that will assist the city in its efforts in controlling development at a site that has a realistic potential for development as it's owned by a housing developer.
Thank you very much. I know this question is kind of redundant, but I'm asking this because I want the residents to hear this again, because even though we have so many town hall meetings, we have a lot of input and response, But I think people are still don't understand exactly what is the regulation and why this one is different than the others. I'm kind of asking this so that the resident can understand this more, so they would understand why the council and the staff is trying to work out for the cities and what's the best for the city and what we can do for the city's development. Thank you for your explanation. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Say, do you have any questions?
Real quick, Assistant Manager, Mr. Aguila, I have a really quick question about, I first want to thank you so much to our staff. You know, you are taking control before they control us and make our city the best. My question is about, I remember there was one question about a major traffic issue. That's how the concern, can you explain to the public what you have done to smooth the traffic in the town hall?
So, excuse me, so as part of the development, a mitigated negative declaration was prepared. It's the environmental analysis to assess potential traffic based on the density established under the ADP. The results of that mitigated negative declaration determined that there would be less than significant impacts of traffic if housing was to be built at this property. Because there is traffic already with commercial uses, a potential change to housing uses would not intensify the traffic to create significant impact.
Thank you for explanation. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Polito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, for this report and presentation. Really appreciate that. I know that this has been something of great interest in the community, and I appreciate it being reiterated that if we don't act, that we might find ourselves in a situation where a 10-story building might pop up right in the middle of Cerritos. And I think we could all agree that we don't want a 10-story building right at Bloomfield and South Street, which is surrounded in every location, in every direction by residential neighborhoods, right on two major arterial streets. So if we were not to act, can you imagine how much traffic would be generated by a 10-story building? So local control is key here, and that's what we're doing, and why I'm so appreciative of staff doing its due diligence and engaging the community so that they're fully aware of what's going on. So my question is, on page 4, it says proposed modifications to the Cerritos Municipal Code, and when it talks about density, it says maximum density of 21 units per acre, and I understand that this site is 5.34 acres, so is my correct calculation that we're talking about in the neighborhood of 112 units? Because I was looking for the exact number in here, but that's just my quick math. Would that be correct?
Thank you, Councilmember Polito. The environmental analysis estimated approximately 107 units. There is a portion of the site owned by the current property owner that encroaches into Bloomfield, and so that's in that calculation. It's a nuance, about 107 units.
Okay, great. And I was looking for it in the report, but I don't see it. But is there any consideration for having units with 3 or more bedrooms to allow for families with school-age children?
Thank you, Councilmember Polito. So yes, as part of the intensity standards that we developed for this code, including the density of no more than 21 units per acre, each unit shall be no greater than 2,075 square feet in size. So those are quite significant.
How many rooms would that yield on average?
Perhaps about 3 to 4 bedrooms.
Okay.
So up to 2,075 square feet. Each unit would be allowed to be built.
Okay, so this might be an ideal location for families with school-aged children or families that are planning to have children, to move to Cerritos. Right at the center of And I believe the home schools, the attendance area would be, I'm guessing, Carver Elementary, Tetzlaff Middle School, and Cerritos High School. All great schools within walking distance for at least the elementary school and definitely the high school. And it brings me to the previous discussion that we just had on item 8A. To what extent did we communicate this to the school district? And were they anticipating an increase of school-aged children right at the center of Cerritos, within walking distance of some of these school sites, and then how that might impact potential redrawing of attendance area lines to address the low enrollment over at Juarez? Because if there's increased enrollment over at Carver, then perhaps the adjacent neighborhoods to Juarez that are currently zoned for Carver could then be redrawn to attend Juarez, thereby increasing the enrollment there and eliminating the need to close it. So I'm curious if we had those strategic conversations, and that's really not our responsibility. I'm just being honest with you. This is really the onus should have been on the school district to be fully aware of what was announced into the public, and we've been quite open about that. We're looking at this for some time. Over the period in which they had public hearings about closing Juarez. So perhaps we can have an intentional communication to the leaders of our school district to say, hey, you might want to take a look at that, because families are going to come to this community on the natural, especially at South and Bloomfield, especially as walking distance of Cerritos High School, right? So I'm excited about this, okay, because when I was first on the council, we talked about converting the northeastern quadrant of Bloomfield and Artesia. And there was a lot of complaints about, oh, you know, that density is going to bring a lot of traffic, okay? And, you know, I don't think that happened. But also, I don't know to what extent we even communicated, us to the school district or school district to us, to plan to attract families with school-aged children that could have helped with Kennedy Elementary, right? Or even Whitman Elementary. But here's an opportunity. We're going to prove this tonight, I believe, because we need to do it. Because we already know if we don't, what's going to happen. So I'm just suggesting that we have these intentional conversations with our partners over at the school district so that we could have a win-win situation. And then let the community know, those who are trying to come into our school district and into our city to be a part of this community, so that we could be proactive in our efforts instead of reactive. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. I will now open the public hearing and public comments on this item. Are there any speakers on this item? City Clerk, please announce for the record the written comments received for this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text unredacted copies of the one written comment submitted to the City Clerk's office by the deadline for item 8B. Additionally, Exhibit 8 of the agenda report contains comments previously received by the Planning Commission and Community Development Department, as mentioned earlier. Lastly, at tonight's meeting, we received a petition containing signatures in opposition to City Council approval of the recommended action for this item. It is stated on the envelope containing the petition that it contains 1,223 signatures. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Okay, so one of the written comments is from Catherine Pasquale. Item 8B. Development Code Amendment 2025-2. I am in full support of rezoning the South and Bloomfield Shopping Center to allow housing development. Thank you to the Planning Department for your thorough work and for holding community meetings. Thank you to the Planning Commission for approving this plan. California has a severe housing shortage, and our city needs to do its part to approve and allow for more housing to be built. As an executive board member for the ABC Federation of Teachers, I am strongly in favor of anything that can bring more families to the area as our local schools face a declining enrollment crisis. Our city has a responsibility to be part of the housing solution for the region and the state to try to get closer to meeting our housing element commitment. Additionally, the proposed housing would help families with children to be able to afford to buy housing in our area. Near South and Pioneer, there is another 3-story attached housing community, and when I have spoken to those residents, they share that families there are very happy with their homes, and the community is filled with couples of 2 working professional households with kids. As a millennial, I encourage the City Council to approve this change in code/zoning so that more people around my age and younger can start and raise their families in the city of Cerritos. Thank you, Catherine Pascual. Are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period and the public hearing. Does the council have any additional questions? Does the council have any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Polito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to take the opportunity to thank Ms. Pascual for having a conversation with the residents over at the South and Pioneer Development. When I was first on the council, I was proud to be a part of that. We really haven't developed new housing in the city of Cerritos for so long. And it was, I think, our intention, to attract families with school-age children. But I've never had the opportunity to knock on those doors and talk to those residents. And so to hear, at least through Ms. Pascual's communication on this agenda item, I'm pleased to see that those families there are happy with their homes. And to quote, and the community is filled with couples of 2 working professional households with kids. So here, it's like we've done it, we've achieved it in a very modest way, a first step, right? I mean, of course, there are the developments over at Artesian Bloomfield. I'm not quite sure how many school-age children are residing there, but at least here, yeah, see, you're shaking your head, and that's what I'm thinking, because it's so expensive to live in there, and how many young families could afford there. So that, that it is what it is, right? But for this development, that's good feedback, and I really appreciate that this didn't come from staff or from us, but from a concerned educator in the community who, believes in building it so that people will come, and then it will enrich the community and also transform the lives of those young children who are being raised there. And that is really the potential here with this agenda item. But I did, not too far away, like a few, maybe 2 major blocks away, right? So the South and Pioneer, to South and Norwalk, to South and Bloomfield. So not too far, but more significant. Because how many units are over at that? I forgot the name of the development already, Mr. City Manager.
It's called Plaza Walk.
That's it, Plaza Walk. And we tried to make it gated, but we couldn't achieve that. It was so small. But here, a gated community at Bloomfield and South with a modest 107 units, with square footage requirements that would allow for 3 and 4 bedrooms, not a 10-story, dense building that would bring a lot of traffic, but something modest that would enhance the area and also bring young families with school-aged children to the community. So, thank you for your comments, Ms. Pasquale, and that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Do the council members have any questions or comments?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember Hong, you have a question or comment?
I have a question. Thank you. With that being said, with A, B, and AA, all this planning, how many affordable housing we're going to build in total? Do you have any just estimated concept? I know we have to build certain amount, like 1,900 something by 2029. Where are we at now?
Thank you, Councilwoman Hong. So under 8A, the state imposed income restrictions and affordable housing. So under 8A on the 3 sites is about 1,800 units. Under 8B, this is not proposed as affordable housing. Ultimately, a developer can build affordable housing, but about 107, so 1,900 units.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? So, Robert, if the city council doesn't take action on this property in a timely manner, the city of Cerritos will lose local control over that property, correct?
That's correct. There is the
Okay, thank you.
potential. Yes.
Okay. Linda, you had a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that I move that we approve the Planning Commission's recommendation.
Second by
Okay,
Sophia.
it was moved by Linda, seconded by Sophia. Let's vote.
The motion passes on a vote of 4 to 1.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Robert. Do we have a report on this item?
Yes, very brief report on this will be given by Chris Kubert, Assistant Director of Public Works.
Thank you, Robert. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Since 1999, the City of Cerritos has partnered with the Los Angeles County Development Authority to use federal community development block grant funds to support low and moderate income residents with a focus on accessibility improvements for seniors and individuals with disabilities. For fiscal year 26-27, the city has been allocated approximately $169,000 in CDBG funds. Staff is recommending that this year's allocation fund Phase 4 of our ADA curb ramp improvements at the Cerritos Town Center project along Town Center Drive, Park Plaza South, and Park Plaza Drive. This project will construct or retrofit 19 curb ramps to meet current 88 standards, improving safety and connectivity to nearby neighborhoods, students, and transit users. Project costs include $162,000 for construction and $7,000 for required federal labor compliance monitoring. LACTA has reviewed and approved the project, and all costs will be reimbursed to the city upon completion. Tonight, staff requests that City Council conduct a public hearing and adopt the resolution authorizing the use of FY 26-27 CDBG funds for this project. That ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you for that report, Chris Kubert. Do we have any questions from the council?
No?
Okay, I will now open the public hearing and public comments on this item. I don't see any public speakers. I don't see any speakers on this item. I don't have anything on my list. Seeing none, I will close the public comment period and the public hearing. Does the council have any additional questions or comments? Linda, you had a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move to approve staff recommendation.
Second by Sophia.
Okay, it was moved by Linda and seconded by Sophia. Let's vote.
The motion passes 5-0.
9A. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, 9A is the kickoff of the budget preparation season for the 26-27 fiscal year. This is intended to solicit preliminary direction from the City Council so that staff can make the efforts needed to build the budget that'll be prepared and released in the spring. The presentation this evening will begin by an overview from Director of Administrative Services Drew Schneider, followed by updates from Budget and Finance Manager Peter Kemp. Mr. Schneider?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. It is our pleasure tonight to appear in front of you to kick off our budget study session and the kickoff of our budget process. Next slide, please. I'm going to speak very quickly tonight, given the late hour. Just as a quick overview of our timeline, we are kicking this process off a bit early this year in anticipation of some additional conversations that we need to have over the course of the next few months. Next slide, please. The report goes into far greater depth here, but just as a reminder, we are in a fiscally constrained environment. We anticipate that revenue growth will remain slow, if not stagnant, this year, with particularly lacking advancements in areas like in areas such as sales tax. At the same time, we continue to receive indications that our expenses will continue to grow, particularly in contracted services, but also in a variety of other areas related to labor and the purchase of goods. Next slide, please. Now I'll turn over to our Finance and Budget Manager, Peter Kemp.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. So we'd like to take a look at our preliminary 10-year forecast. Before we get into the charts, I do want to briefly introduce this forecast. This long-range outlook was developed by the city's third-party financial consultant using historical data and current cost drivers. It's a point-in-time picture. The purpose of the forecast is not to predict exact dollar amounts, but to give us a directional understanding of where we are headed so we can plan responsibly. So as we look at the forecast, it's important to remember that this is a planning tool showing what the next 10 years could look like if we keep operating as we do today. The model begins with baseline CPI assumptions of roughly 3% and adjusts individual revenue and expense categories based on historical trends and known obligations. I'll also note that this forecast also assumes that the water and sewer rate study is fully implemented, which phases out the general fund subsidy to those enterprise funds. Even with that correction, the overall trend remains very similar. So what you see here is that revenue growth stays relatively flat, especially in the near term, while expenditures continue to rise. This includes ongoing cost pressures from personnel, benefits, inflation, and the city's CalPERS unfunded liability. You'll also notice a step down in revenue right around 2030 when the successor agency loan payments end. Over time, expenditures continue to outpace revenues, which is kind of the structural challenge that we really need to pay attention to. Here we have our forecasted reserves chart, which shows what that imbalance between revenues and expenses means over time. As revenues lag expenditures, reserves begin to decline. You can see when we fall below the city's target reserve level and later below the minimum reserve, which is the threshold meant to ensure we can respond to emergencies and maintain fiscal stability. Now, this doesn't mean that these outcomes will occur. It signals that under current assumptions, we will eventually need to adjust. That could be either by reshaping programs, controlling ongoing costs, pursuing new revenues, or some combination of those. The purpose of the forecast is simply to give us a clear picture so we can make informed decisions before reaching these points. With that overview, I'll turn it back to Mr. Schneider to continue the discussion.
The report provides much more depth regarding the significant progress that city staff has made on each of our 8 goals. So in the interest of time this evening, I will go ahead and just remind the council of what our 8 goals are. And as we ask for feedback tonight, we ask for it in through the lens of these goals. Next slide, please. So speaking of that, our ask of the city council tonight is for guidance as the city staff prepare our budget submissions this year. We're looking to get your feedback this evening regarding initial guidance. From here, we'll go ahead and refine our revenue and expenditure projections, particularly looking at information from our HDL and other consultants, looking at anticipated costs for next year for ongoing services, our CIP and other elements. Next slide, please. So switching gears here, this is our ask of council tonight. We're looking for direction to reaffirm our budget priorities or give new direction in these areas, highlight any areas of concern that you may have, and look with as I mentioned before, review these priorities through the lens of our strategic planning effort to make sure that we are working towards long-term goals, and then discuss how we may approach long-term fiscal sustainability, including continued reductions in expenses and opportunities for enhancing revenues. With that, we'll turn it back over to the city manager. The city manager, myself, and Mr. Kemp, along with the executive management team, are standing by to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the report, Drew Snyder and Peter Kemp. Do we have any questions from the council?
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Jennifer Hong, do you have any questions? Councilmember Hong.
Thank you. It's good that, we all started early, but I apologize because on my personal trip, I was out of town, and this is kind of very important issue. It's too important to rush this one for me. So I would like to make a proposal. Maybe we can have discussion at the extending of the meeting to this item to next meeting for discussion, if it's possible. That's just my personal suggestion. I only come out with some ideas, but I haven't totally completed. So even though if I pick up this agenda on last Friday, I was still probably struggling trying to figure out all the details. I don't know about other councilmen, but this is my proposal if we can extend this one to next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Say, do you have any questions?
Okay. Well, on this PowerPoint slide on page 6 for me, let me This one, the general fund outlook. I just wanted to ask you, does it including our water rate increase? It is increase.
That is affirmative, ma'am. The forecast does include assumption that the water rate increase goes into effect in February.
Wow. So I was reading, I don't know, she'll be holding for discuss for future, because Council Hung has mentioned about like the postpone what's.
You know, the budget preparation is a dynamic process. We're already getting, as
We'll continue
as
to that.
stated by Drew and Peter, we have a budget development timeline. We're gonna have agenda items about this in January, February, March, and April, May, and June.
Okay, so we'll continue.
So it's not like
Okay.
you know, it's not like you're proposing to add it to the agenda item, to an agenda. We're already in this ongoing budget preparation process. We have multiple meetings in which we are going to be discussing our budget.
So this graph is actually, is it including the water rates and sewer? Then I'm really concerned and worried about it. You know, you can see the first two, 2026 and 2027, you have, what do you call them, the blue color, and then following the 2028 increase despite the 5-year plan increase water rate and sewer. So we're still kind of very high risk in here. Am I right? So we have to work something else to cover or do something else. Any suggestion or, I don't know.
Yes, ma'am. So this is a forecast of what we anticipate if there's no further action taken by council at this point beyond including the water rate in beginning February 1. This is just a forecast of where we are today. Obviously, we are not going to completely deplete our reserves. Staff will make a variety of recommendations and develop some policy options to address this over the course of the next few months and years.
I'm worried about the reserves going to drop. God, it's so scary.
So PowerPoint number 5 assumes that the Proposition 218 water and sewer rate adjustment passes.
Yes, sir.
So if it doesn't pass, it would look even
Worse.
worse.
Oh my God.
Yes, sir. There will be.
If that's possible, because it already does look bad.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have any other questions?
No, this is the thing I'm really concerned about the chart right now.
Okay, Mark Polito, Councilmember Polito, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regard to revenue environment, page 2, and with regard to page 6, goal 4, strengthening economic development, I would like to reiterate some previous comments I've made since I've been on the council. I would like us to continue our efforts to try and bring hotels to Cerritos, so that we can expand revenue opportunities to capture transient occupancy tax, AKA bed tax, that would be paid by visitors, not residents, and would help us solve our budget-constrained situation on the revenue side, instead of always trying to solve it by making cuts, like some of the distressing cuts that we had to make that are upsetting our residents. Not sure where it would be most appropriate in the budget discussion process and the budget formulation, but I would like us to continue those efforts. And I want to commend the city management and city staff's efforts in that regard since I've returned to the council. Especially since in the coming years, we're going to see major events, global events coming to the Southland, and we only have one hotel in town, which is always highly used. And I think that there's definite opportunity at different parts of town and different types of hotels. Anyways, I'll leave it at that. But as Mr. Mayor mentioned, this is a dynamic process, and I would love to see ongoing communications in that regard. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, do you have any questions?
All right, so thank you.
Questions? Or comments?
Comments, too.
Okay, because you're going to be able to make them after the public comment as well. You could do it when you want.
Thank you, Kristen, Drew, Peter, for preparing the report. I'm pleased to see that we have accomplished so many of the goals in our strategic plan, and it truly is Cerritos in progress. So looking over our strategic plan, here's are some of the additions I'd like to implement in our upcoming budget, and hopefully with council support as well. In reference to goal number 1, enhance public safety. And these are just suggestions, I'm not making a motion. I'd like to see a report from staff to provide information to this council to see if there's a need to enhance Southwest Patrol Program and ALPR cameras so that this council can have a discussion at our future meeting and to see if there's a need to include any enhancements into the 26-27 financial program. Of course, funding would be dependent on the outcome of the sewer and water rates adjustments, and we can only afford to enhance if we have sufficient funding. The second one, this one falls under goal number 4, strengthening economic development, and also goal number 5, improve technology resources. For some time now, we've had issues from both residents and businesses around the town center, Heritage Park, and even the CCPA area, that there's no cellular service or that there is weak service in that area. I'm not an expert when it comes to Wi-Fi or cellular service, but I know that this has been a complaint for many years. Residents have issues with drop calls and connectivity. Calling 911 is a concern. We also need to support patron experiences at the CCPA now that we have gone to Ticketmaster and a concession stand that requires you to scan a QR code. So connectivity is an issue, and we cannot have digital tickets or QR codes if there's no connection. So at the 3 most recent Ube Fest markets that occurred in September, October, and last weekend, some vendors also experienced difficulty with digital payments. And I'm sure our business partners in the surrounding town center area are also facing the same issues. Now I know that Robert has requested Crown Castle to study the area and to install additional antennas to improve coverage to the Heritage Park neighborhood. However, I'd like to also request that staff bring back a report on feasibility of enhancing connectivity in and around the town center and CCPA. We need to start the conversation to address this issue. I'm not saying it be implemented in the 26-27 budget cycle, but we are going to need reports, studies, and consultants, and have a budget that will support that. In goal number 8, which is ensure continued excellence in community recreation and community programming. I'm pleased to see we are enhancing quality of life for our residents with festivals and programs, and that we are also celebrating the different cultures that make up the fabric of this community, from Ube Fest to Water Lantern Festival. I'd like to add another cultural event, which is Diwali, the Festival of Lights.
I second that.
Thank you. Diwali has been hosted by LA County in the past. However, they are no longer able to do so. Being that there are hundreds of Cerritos residents that are of Indian descent, it would be appropriate for the city of Cerritos to present future Diwali celebrations, a festival that the city can call their own. This event would be similar to the Ube Fest event scheduled for April 11 and 12 of 2026. The city would sponsor this event, and a community organization would run the event. Being that this is similar to how Ube Fest is going to be produced, I'd like for staff to meet with 2 of the council members, that's myself and Mark Polito, that are on the Ube Fest internal ad hoc working group to discuss the production and cost of having this event, and bring back a report for a future budget meeting with some numbers and feasibility. And I'm also requesting at this time that we do put a hold on the Cerritos Sports Complex for October 10 October 10, 2026, to present Diwali, and of course, this is all pending approval by the City Council. And the other goal, last goal I'd like to address is goal number 7, improve community communications. I'm excited to announce and share that the city will be launching the new Civic Leadership Academy called LEAD Cerritos. LEAD stands for Learn, Educate, Act, and Discover. This is a free 7-session program designed to educate and empower Cerritos residents by deepening their understanding of local government, operations, decision-making processes, and community priorities. The program promotes civic engagement and strengthens collaboration between city officials and community members. The sessions will be held around different sites in the community, with the first one being conducted at Liberty Park, Thursday, January 22nd, 2022. This program fulfills goal number 7, objective number 5, which is establish a public education program adapting to community expectations related to community preservation. So thank you, Cindy and Robert, for developing this program. Many cities have adopted a similar program. I encourage residents to attend and get to know the inner workings of our city. Now, I realize this is a free event, but I would also like staff to set aside a budget to provide a light meal, such as a sandwich or pizza, or something similar for attendees of this event. We realize that these sessions are going to be held after work during the dinner hour, and I'd like to see that attendees have something to eat. And in addition, and in alignment with goal number 7, I'd like to request that our communications team develop a robust campaign program to inform residents of this free program. Posters, digital media, graphics, text messages, email, online newspaper, and also include advertising in the Los Cerritos Community News, immediately being that the first one is set for January 22nd, 2020, January 22nd. So I'm very pleased to see the accomplishments of the goals and objectives of our strategic plan. It helps guide this council and staff with making decisions for our budget. It is a guide to help set priorities and realistic deliverables. When it's appropriate, I have 4 separate motions to make that will be taken up separately for consideration.
Do you have any other questions?
Yes, Mayor, may I?
I'm asking
Oh, sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, who was just speaking. Do you have any other questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Hong.
Sorry, I was just thinking about things you guys brought out, some suggestion. I just remember the 2 things in my mind I can remember right now. It's like I do have a lot of senior residents requesting and begging if we can come back and reprint the Los Cerritos local newspaper in printing and mailing it. I know it's like $70,000 budget. So if we can put that into consideration, because they are really having a hard time to catch up the high tech, you know. So this is one request. And secondly, I also, about the library, a lot of residents is like saying like, is it possible if the budget allow, can we, open the library on Sunday afternoon? These are the 2 things I like to mention at this time. And then, of course, if there's something else, we'll discuss in the future meetings. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Say.
Thank you. I think this is the first time I was asked my colleague to support my 2 motions, if it's possible.
We're not making motions right now, but
okay.
But do you have any questions? Do you have any questions right now?
I do. I would like to request the staff conduct a feasibility study on establishing an adult daycare program in City of Cerritos for the 2026 to 2027 plan, and that's actually it's on the goal number 8, and hence continue excellence in community recreation and community program. I think that will be, since we're going to have a senior services commission, I think adding this one will another extra hand to help senior people here. And second one is I also want to, I think I discussed with you, Manager, before, this regarding the emergency membership program, which is EMP. I would like to ask to request the staff conduct a study on the feasibility of establishing an emergency membership program, which is EMP, known as Ambulance Subscription Program. You know, we've been seeing a lot of text and email to us, so-and-so died at home, no one there. With this program really helps the residents call 911 without any charges. Normally, people are afraid to call 911 because it's $500 to $2,000. And also it's important if we can catch on time, the life can be saved, the outcome will be improved for the patient. So I would like to suggest to look into evaluate the potential need and project costs, possible administrative models, funding sources, partnership option. Please report back with the funding and recommendation. I know we are charter city, and then I also aware that because we are not direct contact with the fire, they're not under us. So there's no agreement between that. But I went to talk to a couple Congress and senators. They said it can work. So, and I can give you more person that who had contact. This is two things I'd like to ask the staff to look into for the next couple months. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from council?
No, thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Okay, I have questions. So looking at Exhibit 1, you know, so just so all of us are on the same page in this room. When it says fiscal year 2026, that means the fiscal year 2026, 2027.
Yeah.
Right? It's when you write fiscal year 2026, you're saying July 1, 2026 to June 30, 2027, correct?
No, thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. 26 refers to fiscal year 2025, 26.
Well,
So
we're in that fiscal year right now.
That is
Peter.
correct. So the numbers, the
So you
starting
mean we're going to
point-
have an $8 million, $174,765 deficit in this fiscal year? I
So-
thought it was only going to be $400,000.
So to clarify, the projection in front of you is the general fund only, and this includes all expenditures and transfers out in the general fund. So when you look at it's essentially what we're looking at is a 10-year cash flow of the general fund. And so the numbers that are aligned for 2026, the numbers that are in the 2026, the starting point of the chart, align with the revenues, expenses, and transfers that are in the current fiscal year budget.
I thought that when we're going through the budget process and we got it down from a $2.9 million budget deficit to a $407,000 budget deficit, we were talking about operating revenues and operating expenses. We were not talking about capital improvement projects, capital projects.
If I can help clarify
So our general fund is going to be reduced by $8 million this fiscal year.
If I can help clarify, the operating budget that had the $400,000 deficit upon adoption includes all funds in the operating budget. So there's multiple funding sources, not just the general fund, but others that have a role. So the $400,000 is all funds combined.
Okay.
I'll defer to Mr. Kemp for any elaboration.
Okay, so we're looking at $8 million red deficits for our general fund revenues and expenses every year, starting, this chart, Exhibit 1, starting with the fiscal year we're in right now. Okay? So that's why, the lower left chart on exhibit 1, it doesn't really, the numbers don't jump out at you the way you have to look at this. You have to look at the chart, the spreadsheet. Okay? Because that gap on the lower left 10-year general fund forecast, the orange line above the above the blue line, that's about, anywhere from, it looks like it's anywhere from about 8 million all the way to almost 20 million. And then we look at the spreadsheet, and that's what that's the hard numbers that we're seeing in the lower left chart. And the lower right chart shows that if we just stay with the status quo, in 2032, we're not going to have any money in our general fund. So, you know, I'm surprised. Not surprised. This needs to be understood by the city council when my council colleagues are talking about spending money. That's not already in the status quo. If anything, we should be cutting things from the status quo. And my council colleagues are talking about adding things to the status quo. And this fiscal year, our general fund is going to be reduced by over 8 million. And then